You know how everything seems like a good idea after you've had a few? Yeah, that's this show.
Riding in my car, and I'm listening to the radio.
It's time for Dukes and Bell.
Oh, someone told me it's the Black Beverly Hills. Is that true?
Driving in Atlanta just got a whole lot more bearable.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Hi, everybody. Carl Dukes and Mike Bell. The names that mean goodness.
Say my name, you know who I am.
Carl Dukes.
I drink and I know things.
Oh, don't question my authority things.
King Kong ain't got on me.
Sometimes you just got to call somebody, and I'm not ashamed to say it. You know,
And Mike Bell.
I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown. I amuse you.
Hope you guess my name.
Bring a pitcher of beer every 7 minutes till somebody passes out. And then bring one every 10 minutes, right?
Get ready for the best 5 hours of your life.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, sir.
Don't believe me, just watch.
This is Dukes and Bell.
you know what? Why don't we start doing the stuff that other guys have done on other radio shows around the country?
No.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Atlanta! Newsflash. Who runs New York? The ATL. We run New York.
Okay, I
Yes,
mean,
we do. Well, you fight me on this, John. We're not talking 96. We're talking right now in the here and now.
hey, look, I got serious beef, but last night and whatever happened against the Mets ain't enough.
We run, John, you're screwing everything. We run New York.
No, we're not screwing nothing.
We run New York in the present tense. It is Dukes and Bell with a Fricky who just train wrecked the opening. And we'd like to start the show with a big hearty.
Hey, man, that was not a train wreck. It was absolutely the truth. I'm just telling you what I think. That's all. I mean, I want more. That was a flesh wound. I want to put those boys down. I got serious grudge, serious beef with these Skankies, and beating them up. This is great. It's wonderful. Mike, until we get a World Series where we pound them into the dirt.
Well, you may have to wait a while for that one. I mean, yes, 96. And again, I heard Smoltz on the broadcast last night. And anytime you talk to Smoltz or Glavin, I don't talk to Maddox, but you talk to the other guys. And it's always funny how, they know it. If you just could have, just bookend it, just get two. The affirmation of the second championship. And I know that, unfortunately, because of the tremendous success, but success was relative. Because, yes, every baseball nerd loves the 14 division titles, and I'd rather watch a good team than a bad team, but you got to bring home the bacon.
Right.
And those guys all know it. And that's why, it's funny you bring that up. That's why I go on these rants about the pitching, why I go on the rants about the division. Look, we're kicking butt. We're talking about October. We're not talking about right now. We're talking about when we get to October. Will we have enough? So that's why I just feel that you got to let John, only a few opportunities in your franchise to grab the brass ring. And this is a team 1 through 9 that can beat anybody.
Well, they got 11 last night. They could have had 15. Right. The biggest takeaway, though, is another, pretty solid outing by Max Fried. I mean, it wasn't dominating, but it was pretty solid. And, Clark Schmidt coming home. Clark Schmidt actually went to high school with my daughter at Alatoona High.
Oh, wow.
And, so, he's a local guy, probably a little tight, back in Atlanta pitching in front of this team. You grew up a Braves fan.
He had good outings before this. It was the first time he really got thumped.
Yeah.
But the Yankees do get whooped. We'll talk to a guy that we love talking to. He's a good dude. Sal Licata owns it. The Mets are going to win the division. Oh, then the Mets are not winning the division. And then the Braves are winning this division. We'll get his take on New York. You'll also pick Sal's brain, John, on what's going on with the Jets. I said this, again, I'm not trying to sound like Chuckery. I'm going to give you the take you need to have 3 months in advance. But I did tell you guys, and Carl and I were talking about it, when I thought Dalvin Cook goes out on the market, thought if there was a team that should grab him, it was the Jets. And they get him for the current rate of running back, which is bargain basement for a 4-time Pro Bowler, 1,000-yard rusher.
Aaron Rodgers has got weapons. That's for sure. You got a lot of them.
And I just thought that's such a move. And number one, you get a guy who can totally help you. And Brees Hall's coming back, right? He's coming back now, got off the PUP list.
Yep.
And you also keep Dalvin Cook out of the hands of some enemy in the arms race in the AFC. So it's kind of twofold. We'll get into all that stuff with Sal coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. But last night, though, man, just total beatdown. Great to see.
Yeah, it was great to see. I mean, it's always fun to beat those guys and beat their brains in. There's certain teams that we hold. The Braves don't have a rival, right, Mike? I mean, we don't have a rival. I mean, because
it's supposed to be the Mets.
Well,
I think that it's the Phillies, but we don't want to talk about Philly.
It's not really right. I mean, there's really only one rival, right? I mean, it's the Swampers. I mean, and unfortunately, we don't have a baseball rival.
You don't think what the Mets? Most Braves fans would say the Mets are number one rival.
Okay, well, I mean, but rivalries swing both ways.
Now the Dodgers, if you go back to the old NL West, for
yeah, right. Well, the Dodgers are not paying any. They hate the Padres and they hate the Giants. The Mets hate the Phillies and they hate the Yankees. You know, I mean, they don't. I mean, we're just down here by ourselves because there's really no kind of regional rivalry here. You know, I mean, the closest team to us is what? Tampa?
Well, I mean, you got, as far as the crow flies,
Cincinnati?
D.C.? It's a good question. Yeah, I guess Tampa would be 6 hours. The way I drive, I get to D.C. quicker than that. Anyway, that's me. But no, I just felt that the Mets, the Dodgers were that rival, and when they reconfigured the divisions, the Mets have been the rival. Going back to 98, 99, those great playoff matchups. And then, later on, the wild card, and sometimes you don't have to win the division to get to the World Series. So, yeah, I would still default set the Mets, but I get you. Not as passionate, obviously, as Falcons Saints.
Right, sure. Yeah, nothing on that level. I mean...
Or Georgia, Florida.
Right. Well, yeah, no, these are real rivalries. I mean, whatever it is kind of a concocted at the moment thing. Like, for example, do you consider the Mets and Braves rivals this year? No.
Well, I mean, they're still rivals. It's just one-sided. The Mets just haven't. Mets didn't bring. Mets, they spent more money than anybody. They just didn't hold up their end of the bargain. This should have been in the minds of most Mets fans going down to the wire with the Braves.
Yeah, no, I just love to see these New York teams struggle like this because they're holding. Because you're from New York,
right?
I worked there. I there long enough to understand that they live in a bubble that does not allow for anything else to be true. Okay, nothing else is true.
It's true.
Nothing else is true. It is the bubble of New York City.
And it's something we've talked about on the show because Chris, our producer, came down from Jersey. I've now lived in the South. I moved to Virginia when I was, West Virginia, actually. I was 21. So I've lived in the South more than I've lived in the North, 23 years versus 21, for what it's worth, for those keeping score, because you can't help where you're born. I know we tell this all the time to folks like, why didn't you go to Georgia? Because, I couldn't get in. But as far as to John's point, the media, part of the reason, when you look at it from the outside, and I have great memories of my childhood with sports and the teams that won, the teams that mostly didn't. But you look at it now, and it's like ESPN, the same thing. They know, what do they know? They know LeBron James. They know the Dallas Cowboys. They know the Yankees and the Red Sox. And that's about it. And when you watch ESPN baseball, even this year, you get more stuff about the Mets than the Braves, who are on a historical pace right now. But that's the way it is in New York. And the funny thing about New York is, if you ever hear anybody on the radio in New York talking college football, any person listening to our show would laugh out loud.
Well,
what they don't know about college football,
they know nothing.
Zero, nada, and zip. That's why it's always fun when I hear about the Rutgers footprint in the Big Ten. What footprint?
There's no footprint. There isn't a toe print.
Right. Yeah, but that's John's point. He's 100% right. And when you step away from it and you live in Atlanta for 25 years like I have, that's why the flyover state crap and the national narrative drives me crazy. Because the Braves always, and Atlanta sports always gets short shrift.
Well, so all we got to do is win.
Right.
Yeah, as long as we win.
21 was like, you don't even think we won the 21 World Series the way ESPN covered it. And the way we're perceived. It drives me crazy.
Right, I know.
We're the modern dynasty right now. We blew it last year against the Phillies.
Well, thank you for using that word because I used the word with Carl, and I said, these Braves, this is dynastic. This is a dynasty in the making. And he was like, you can't go that far. I did.
Well, you got to win another one. We got to win.
I want to win 3, 4 in 6, 7 years. I want to be those guys. I want to be the big walking, talking. And all you have to do, sometimes all it takes is to decide that you're going to be that team. Just walk and talk like it. This is one of the things that I think is interesting about, and I know this is over here, about Kirby Smart. Now, obviously, it's working. I mean, they won 17 in a row, 33 of 34, back-to-back national titles. But I think sometimes, you got the sense when Alabama was at the top of the world that they would stick their nose in the air and thump their chest and say, we are I want to see Georgia do that a little bit because if you believe you're that team, then you actually kind of become that team.
It's true. It's your identity. That's why, we joke around. Alabama fans, most of them don't get the joke because they don't have any sense of humor, but most of, I think some get it. It's just hysterical. For 15 some odd years, they feel it's a birthright. Right. To be in the national championship, and there's more.
Did they forget every coach named Mike?
Yeah, it's a great pull. Well, it's funny. We always joke around with Steak about it. If you're a kid who was born from 1995 or later in Boston, you don't know what struggle is as a fan.
No.
You've seen everybody win. The Celtics, the Bruins.
Yeah. Right.
The Red Sox obviously got the monkey off their back.
Yeah, everybody, right?
It's just the whole shebang.
Boston, okay, never mind.
Nobody cares about that. but a point taken, though, about the heritage and the legacy, and that's what we're trying to, that's why.
This is why you watch this Braves team and you think, okay, this bunch of hammers that we have. Right. I was going to do the math before I came in and I didn't have a chance. I'm willing to bet You go back to Ozzie, and of course he's not going to be in the lineup again tonight. But if you look at the top four in the Braves order throughout the season here of Acuna and Albies, Riley, and Olsen, I'm willing to bet that those four alone have more home runs than more than half the of all baseball.
Right.
Those four alone.
Right. It's been an amazing year. You talk about the Rangers are slugging, the Dodgers are finally really getting their act together, but the Braves at another level. What do you think of Fried last night? Maybe probably too many hits.
Yeah, a little bit.
If he was going to criticize his pitching performance, but yeah, I thought altogether, that's 2 out of 3 now. He's looked good.
Look, I'm not asking Max Fried to be Max Fried right now. I'm asking him to be Max Fried a month from now.
Just one walk last night, by the way.
Right.
Pitches to contact, command, just 2 strikeouts, right?
And we know that the guy can pitch in big games and big stages because he's done it. I mean, the untold story of Game 6 of the World Series, of course, of Soler's 6,000-foot home run is that Max Fried shut him down, shut him out, took the Astros lineup and absolutely in Houston handcuffed them to nothingness.
Right on. It's along what Glavine did in 96 against the Indians.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, man, we got plenty to dive into today. More on the Falcons. What's going down with the moves. Bijan, by the way, Bijan. We got some sound from Bijan. You'll hear that. Also, Jesse Bates, cuts from practice. We got Jesse Bates switching his number to 3. Now that Michael Walker is no longer a Falcon, signed with the Bears, got claimed off waivers and did a deal with them. But we'll get you all the latest on the Falcons. Some NFL news, as we mentioned, Dalvin Cook and other teams are starting to think about maybe adding some more running backs. There's still some guys out there on the float, by the way. See what's going on with Jonathan Taylor and Indy. John Fricke's here. I don't know what crazy stuff John's going to say today, but you're going to get something.
Oh yeah, you're going to get it because I've already written it down here. I won't cheat. I'll tell you.
All right, man. We're going to catch the headlines when we come back. Return of the Vaughn. We'll explain.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Yeah, man, be careful if you're out there. I thought it was going to be sunny today. I'm driving to work, and all of a sudden, whammy! The rain starts pouring down. Luckily, I got on the exit, got the top down, and got back on the road. But there's still some lightning just a minute ago here in Midtown, so be careful if you're out there.
No, he's grinding from the northern suburbs. There's a big, nasty accident near Wade Green with a truck, and that took about...
Traffic on the 20s with John Fricke all day right here on Dukes and Bell.
Oh, excuse me. I think you started the traffic.
I mentioned the lightning strike.
Right, speaking of traffic here, when it comes to the Braves, I got a new thing with the Braves, right?
Okay.
The Braves are not, well, how far ahead of the Filthies are they here? 11 and a half. Right. Okay. Because in honor of Salicata being on the show today, right? The NL East is over. All right, it's over. All right, it was over a long time ago. He was actually right about that. I'll give him credit. Congrats to you. All right.
The NL East is over.
Okay. The lead that the Braves own at the moment that you have to worry about, that you have to focus in on, is 2.5 games. Okay? They are 2.5 games ahead of the Baltimore Orioles. Then,
home field.
4.5 games ahead of the Los Angeles Trolley Dodgers. Right? See,
home field.
Yeah, home field, and I cannot stand the Trolley Dodgers. All right, and that's not a disparity. That was their original nickname in Brooklyn. You have to know the whole history.
Trolley crossing the street, you had run
Dodge,
by the trolley.
People, they were fans were called the Dodgers because they were dodging the trolleys to get to Ebbets Field. Anyway, so I can't stand the Dodgers. I want home field against the Dodgers. I want home field against the Orioles. This is a home field push for the Atlanta Braves. I mean, they're going to make the playoffs. Obviously, they're going to win the East. But I want home field all the way through, Mike. So now my focus as I scoreboard watch, I'm not watching the Phillies. I'm not watching the mess. I'm not watching, any of that. I'm watching the Orioles, and I'm watching the Dodgers.
Now, I still think no matter where they finish, whether they win the division or they're just going to go into the wild card, I'm taking the Astros. If I'm in Vegas, I'm betting the Astros. They've been there, they've done that. No,
the Rangers suddenly, Mike Scherzer.
Scherzer's dealing. No, I know Scherzer's on fire, but I'm still. But Dusty and his boys have been there. We'll see how Texas handles the pressure. I'm still going with the Astros. But to your point about home field, big thing. You're right, 100%. Dodgers are red hot, by the way. 9 of their last 10 they've won. By the way, in case you're wondering about the odds, Braves are 99.9% to make the playoffs. Dodgers are 99.9% to make the playoffs.
Yeah, I think they're going to make the playoffs.
And the National League Phillies are 84. This is the news I can use from ESPN.com. Phillies are 84.3. So right now they're in. Brewers 85%. And then it gets a little dicey for the rest of the teams remaining. But Phillies showed us it's not how you start, it's how you finish last year. Dodgers doing the same. They made some moves at the trade deadline. Pitching and bullpen has been a lot better because it was real ugly in the first half of the season.
Well, I mean, Alex Anthopoulos, for all the greatness that he does, he's going to own what he did at the trade deadline, and he has to own it. He is saying to us that he believes strongly that this team has everything it needs to win a World Series. Okay, and as long as it does, then he's right. So I'll put somebody was kind of calling me out on Twitter a little bit. Are you happy with Alex Anthopoulos? I'm making up his voice, obviously, or maybe not. Anyway, are you happy with Alex Anthopoulos about what he didn't do and blah, 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 blah? And I'm like, look, I have full faith and credit and trust. I would have made a move. You see what Lorenzen certainly, but it's only one game or one start. But, hey, listen, it is what it is when it comes to the Atlanta Braves. He built this team, and it's up to these guys to go out and win it. I'm
going to make this brief because we got to get to the headlines. Still don't understand how questioning your general manager or a move that was made or not made makes you some kind of a bad fan. This is the only city in America, and I lived all over the world. No, I've lived in D.C., and I lived in South Florida, and I lived here. And New York is self-explanatory because they complain about everything. But it's just the only place I've ever lived where if you complain or you ask a question, somehow you're a bad fan. Just some of the fans. And these are the guys that wear pom-poms. I mean, just to me, being a fan, especially if you're spending your money on the tickets, you got a right to bellyache if you see something you don't like.
Well, you mean like get call for Dan Quinn's job?
That's a Big 10-4, good buddy.
I know that. I lived that, didn't I?
No, but some of these, like, I don't know. If I'm sorry if I call Yanni Chorizo a bum. Are you a blood relative? Then get off my case. He's a bum. Call it what it is. He's a guy's on waivers. He's just there eating innings. I mean,
and not very effectively.
Who's going out to buy a Chirino jersey? So slow your roll and call it what it is. And with that, let's hit some headlines.
Strap in, youngins.
In the headlines with Dukes and Bell.
Translation, Braves fans, don't be soft. Be hard. Hey, man, last night, real hard on the Yankees. What?
Yeah, all right,
hey, man,
sure.
Here's Austin Riley going yard. Take a listen.
This ball is crushed. Right field. Does it have enough? Yes, it does. Hello, Chop House. We are tied at
And boom goes the dynamite. Brandon Gaudin doing the great job on Bally Schmaltz in the booth last night.
Wait. Was that, boom goes, was that his name, Brandon?
No. It's just some dude going to school at like Ball State or something.
I just wondered if his first name was Brandon.
I was just throwing it in there.
Okay.
Let's do another one. Eddie Rosario, another one where let's go. Boom goes the dynamite on this one.
Eddie Rosario spanks this to right. Gone! Atlanta hits double digits yet again this season. 11 runs and leading by 9. 17th of the year for Eddie Rosario.
Yeah, man. Eddie just keeps on raking. We know that, again, and the other story, little Nicky. I mean, can we call him that? I mean, how about the job he's doing? I mean, it's amazing. It's just anybody gets called up just finds a way to plug in. Starting with RC at the start of the season, we were all kind of freaked out. At least I was, just assuming that Vaughn Grissom was going to win the job down in spring training. But this team is just amazing. Lopez in that filling role, and his great reward, Vaughn Grissom gets called up.
Are you ready for this stat? I'm going to give you stats of what you make of them, but get this one about Nicky Lopez. MLB.com had this morning, Mike. Nicky Lopez, 8 RBI. The most by a player, is it RBI or RBS? Anyway, most by a player in his first 4 games with the Braves since RBIs became an official stat in 1920. His 8 RBIs, the most by any Brave in his first 4 games since it became an official stat in 1920. And by the way, he's only played in 2 of those 4 games.
Nice. Unbelievable. And the kid's a hell of a story, but as we said, because Ozzie Albies goes on the 10-day DL, we're going to have to wait now to see. Again, Nicky Lopez, another name to keep around, keep in mind, because he sure has been clutch to John's point. But Vaughn Grissom has been raking at the AAA level for Gwinnett. And a lot of folks were saying they were so happy that Alex Anthopoulos didn't include Vaughn Grissom in any kind of trade. And again, we'll never know what was asked. I presume the biggest pieces that some team would want would be A.J. Smith-Shawver and obviously Vaughn Grissom at the trade deadline for elite pitching. Mm-hmm. So they didn't pull the trigger, which is fine as long as we win the World Series. But Vaughn Grissom get a chance to contribute now at second base at Albies.
Yeah, 88 games with Gwinnett, 6 home runs, 50 RBIs, hitting .327. Now, his bat has never been in question. It wasn't his bat that got him sent back to Gwinnett. It was that fielding was Mike. That was bugly.
Yeah, there was some errors, and not even that, just wasn't making the plays that a major league shortstop needs to make. Some difficult plays that he wasn't pulling off. So, the guy's going to be around for a minute, and you're going to get to see him here at second base. Headlines presented by ATL Live Well. Low testosterone does not have to keep you down. Call ATL Live Well today. Don't just live. Live well.
By the way, on the Braves, did you see the announcement? And I have become a big fan of Brandon Gaudin's. Not that I wasn't going to be, at the beginning anyway, but, Chip Carey and I are tight. So, it was... Right. I've known it forever, and so we're all friends. But anyway, I really like what Brandon's done. But the Braves announced that on August 23rd, they're going to recycle the Chipper, Glavine, Smoltz, and Frenchie thing.
Nice, which is great. Great TV. Brandon was not on the broadcast, kind of just introduced everybody and got out of the way. No disrespect to your boy. Chip just was this guy's got personality up the yin-yang.
I know.
Loose. He's got the pop culture references. It's good for the younger demos. It's just, I'm loving it. Really digging it.
Oh, no, I like him too.
Right. Last night with Smoltz, that was a lot of fun to catch. On to the Falcons. Arthur Smith speaking with the media, talking about the defense and a nice job. Yeah, there's a few things they got to work on, but otherwise he's pretty satisfied.
There's always things to clean up. Some of the situational stuff, we need to be cleaner. But I think on the critical downs, guys stepped up all over the place and made plays. Whether they got their hands on the football and got a couple picks. It was good to see D Alford. That was a really cool punt return. Obviously, he had for the touchdown. The way they rushed late, I thought our guys just continued to grind out the rush. I thought we blocked pretty well, but again, there's things we got to clean up. I didn't think our depth was good enough sometimes in the drop back passing game. It cost us a few. I thought Logan threw some good footballs tonight, but plenty to work on.
I saw this on the Twitter, and I tweeted it out. I quote tweeted it from a guy named Rise Up Ritter, and it's just one play in practice, but it's Ritter drop it back, and then he goes 3 quarters to Drake London in the end zone between Anderson and somebody else. I mean, it's an absolute 95-mile-an-hour missile straight on target that in between an incredibly tight window couldn't have been more than 18 inches or so that he hooked up with London. Now he's got obviously something going with London and a trust factor with London. But that's the kind of thing you look at and you go, okay, there's no question. We say there's no question about his ability to lead because everybody on the team says, dude's a leader. There's no question he can move you with his feet. He's not going to be. He's not Lamar Jackson, but he's also not a stiff back there. And the question becomes, can he throw the ball effectively as a quarterback in the NFL? The answer to that, I think, is yes.
Yeah, and we're going to see more of it. Fans are really excited to finally see Ritter doing his thing and get Drake London in there. I saw some of the ESPN fantasy projections today. It was all like the fantasy weekend palooza. And Drake London's not even in the top 20 as far as for fantasy value. Just real quick, Mo.
You mean at wide receiver?
Yeah, what did I say? But yeah, at wide receiver, I mean, I feel just they're betting on the come right now. They don't
Talent's there. The quarterback is in question. That's
why.
Where all this, it's kind of baked into his ADP right now. He does seem like kind of an early little steal there.
The delivery system is the variable in the equation. Same thing goes for Kyle Pitts, too, coming off the injury. One more cut from our man, AT, Arthur Smith, talking about Hennessy. Hennessy's been banged up. Dahlman went out. Next guy up stepped up. But when is Hennessy coming back in the mix?
He did work on the side field last week. He went down to Miami. We didn't hold him back here, so that's encouraging. It's just one of those things. Like I said, it's day to day, and it's just, again, everybody's body's different. And I know Matt's a tough guy, and he wants to be out there, and so it's something he's dealing with, and we'll just have to see. We've been ramping up day by day, and it was good that he came out there last week. He worked on the side field, so we'll just have to see.
Not a diss on Hennessy, but, I mean, I really want to see Bergeron out there. Bergeron's a mauler.
Yeah.
He looks the part.
Yeah, and Calais Campbell kind of came out of practice yesterday, a little bit of a back strain. So, again, this is a preseason game, and we know what a guy like that can do. We want to see what other guys can do, too. Well, I would love to see him out there, but not at an expense. I want to circle back to this for a second, can I? Because you guys know fantasy. I don't. I mean, I understand fantasy. Right. I don't play it. But would be one of the reasons that the Atlanta Falcons are really kind of not a good fantasy team is because you got to share the football.
Right.
You know, I mean, who's going to have more touchdowns, Bijan or Tyler? I mean,
no, it's going to be Bijan. Bijan's going to be the lion's share of the carries. But to your point, the division of labor is the big question mark.
Right.
And that's why, to Bo's point, a lot of the experts just don't know what to think of Pitts, don't know what to think of Drake London. And to your point about Algier, because Bijan might just be Pac-Man grabbing so many touches. I think Bijan will have more receptions than. You want to say he's going to have more receptions than Totes? What do you think? I know Tyler's going to have more Totes.
Regardless of how it's split up, 300 touches is what you want out of Bijan.
Right.
If he gets there, he's going to have a fantastic fantasy season.
You know, that's kind of where I'm at here. It'd be like, who's going to have more touchdowns, Jonnu Smith or Kyle Pitts? And Kyle doesn't score touchdowns. Well, I mean, quarterback didn't exactly hit him in the hands.
Right.
Wasn't like he dropped it in the end zone, did he? Unless I missed something.
Yeah, like the two things about last year, we had no way to get the ball consistently through Mariota. And then when Ritter got in, there was some continuity with Drake that you just didn't see with Mariota. And fortunately, we didn't get to see him with Pitts because by that time that he's finally on the field, Pitts is off the field with the injury. That's why we can't wait to see Friday night. I think we're going to see more people than usual. Mercedes-Benz.
How big is Friday night? Braves, right, and Giants.
Right.
Falcons, and then you got 10:30 Atlanta United game where Mike and Jason are going to be calling it 90 time the game.
Now, they say it's 10 tickets when you get your season tickets. So this is what I'm going to go to against the Bengals. We'll come back. Bijan speaking with the media. What did Bijan have to say about just what we talked about? How this workload's going to look for the Falcons. Coming up next on Dukes and Bell.
Let's go.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Are you ready?
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is 92.9 The Game. It's Dukes and Bell. Carl is helping his daughter get up to college. As many parents, as we mentioned yesterday, are making that haul. Steak was trying to get a couch that apparently didn't fit into his daughter's dorm room. It's like I'd pay $100 to see the video of that. So Carl is off. He'll be back on Thursday. John Fricky is filling in, and we got plenty of shenanigans. And John's got some takes about the Falcons you won't want to miss. So stick around for that. They were talking to the media yesterday. We learned that it's Bijan. I mean, like Bijan Fries, like you're going to call Bijan Robinson?
Yeah, but you got to do the Bijan mustard. I mean.
Yeah. But he said his mom technically was Bijan, so it's kind of a French thing. And that's cool. And if this dude runs for 1,000 yards as the offensive rookie of the year, call him anything he wants.
Right.
But here's Bijan talking about the debate. We were just talking about the distribution of labor. Tyler Algier's a 1,000-yard rusher. He's the guy I think most people see as like the thunder. And then if Bijan's the lightning, like he's going to still run between the tackles, John. And then you got Cordero Patterson, who I think you maximize him outside of the backfield. I like him as a old school flanker out there in the slot. Put him out at wide receiver.
You can use him at running back. You can put him in motion. You can put him in the slot. You can put him in wide receiver, and he's going to be your kickoff return.
So here's Bijan and how those parts are all going to work.
It's early, for me. I'm still a young guy. I just got in the league, and I want to. As much as I want to say, I really don't know how to say it because, I'm so focused on how I need to help this team and how I need to, do what I have to do. But I would say for me, it's just super early because, in my draft process, that was another big talk on, where should you take running backs, how high, how this, how that. And I just try to stay out of it because I know that, there's so many opinions out there. And, hopefully, it can be a change one day. But for me, I'm just trying to stay where my feet are and understand that, maybe one day we can be the change in that. But for right now, it's just trying to stay focused and what I got to do.
Well, his first touch on Friday night will be his first touch. I mean, he hadn't had the ball yet. So and it will be interesting to see how they use him. They talk about wheel routes and things of that nature here. But, go back to Texas, and he was a bell cow running back. I mean, he was he really didn't catch that many balls in college. They didn't throw to him much. And so if they want to use him more in the passing game, that'll be kind of interesting. I mean, he was a guy that ran the football almost exclusively in college.
Yeah, I mean, but as we said, you see him at Falcons practice. I mean, it's amazing. Right? He only caught 60 passes at Texas.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I mean, again, in 3 years, 4 years?
Yeah, 15, 26, and 19 receptions from his first year to his last.
I mean, you two catches a game maybe.
But, and again, Sarkisian comes in, second year he's there. I would say that, if you watch him at practice, he makes, and Chris, you've seen some of these too, he makes electrifying catches. That's why it was funny. LaDainian Tomlinson was on NFL Network, and they said, a lot of people comparing Bijan to you. He goes, I'm cool with that because he looks like that. Marshall Faulk, you take about any of your guys that are super, like if you're a great athlete, you can catch the football. I mean, they're not asking Derrick Henry to do that, but Bijan will be. Here's Bijan more on the expectations thing. We asked him this question when we first saw him, but here he's talking to the media about what you'd expect.
Expectations for me, I don't really look at them in a big way because, I take everything one day at a time. And I know that if I take everything one day at a time, the end goals will God willing, happen. But I think for me, it's just, I don't really look ahead, but I'm working hard every day to be the best player I can be. And then hopefully down the line, those expectations will happen.
John, we get accused here on the program of being like the hype machine, the hype man for the Falcons. But I got to tell you, when you meet Bijan and you sit down to talk to him, whether we've had the formal interview when he first got drafted, then we've subsequently sat down a few times, or just chewing the fat after practice, you're gonna love this guy. This is the dude you're gonna root for. And I think people, I mean, again, guys don't give a crap about what his personality is. I want to see him score some touchdowns in a red zone. But this dude literally is the total package. He's one of the nicest guys. He just seems everything. And it's funny, I was talking to Rich McKay. This is like about 2 weeks ago at practice. And they talked about all the work they did in researching the pick and getting underneath, as they do with any pick, underneath the fingernails, talking to the family members, talking about his background. What you see is what you get. This guy is really this good.
Yeah, well, like I say, I mean, he's a game-breaking kind of back. He's a different back than Tyler Algier.
But I'm just talking about. But I'm talking about what's going on between the ears, the heart, the whole. I mean, the dude you want repping your team. Put it that way. In addition to everything he's going to hopefully.
Well, he's got to deliver on the field, but otherwise the repping the team thing don't work. And I think that what you're going to get is this team has got guys who can be explosive. And one of the things Ritter said he used the word explosive coming out of minicamp because he sees guys who can be explosive playmakers, not just good playmakers. You got good playmakers, but we're talking about guys that can take it downfield and we get 60 and 70-yard touchdowns, many of them. And it's interestingly enough, it's not something we're used to because we haven't had a whole lot of big explosive plays for touchdowns in the last 5 years.
Red zone is a dead zone for us. That's why I mean, this year I don't want to put some kind of qualifier on Kyle Pitts has to do this. But if we're fair, you, me, Carl, you kind of have an idea what your player is by year 3. You know, if you're a 5th or 6th round guy, maybe it takes you a minute to develop. Grady was ready to go by his 5 or 6 games into his rookie year when he got on the field. And you knew Grady had it,
right?
You know, as a 5th rounder. And with Pitts, I just think there's in the mind of the fan, you're saying they got to validate this 4th overall pick, or is it going to be because now it's your comments earlier? We got so many weapons, only one football. I don't know just what Pitts is going to be this year. I thought when we drafted him, he was going to be the anecdote for all those red zone woes we're talking about.
Well, again, you can go back to last year. Ritter didn't play with him in the last 4 games because Pitts was injured. But there's that video out there that I've talked about a lot. And I keep saying I'm going to go dig it up. That somebody put together this compilation video. It's 6 touchdowns that Pitts would have had if the ball had been thrown by anybody. If Mariota had
thrown the ball.
Right.
6.
Well,
Mariota's a bum. He is. He is what he is. I just that's so exasperating. I just wish after that Carolina game, the hand grenade toss we always talk about.
Oh my God!
The Bears game here, it's crying over spilt milk, but that was the week to start him and give him more reps because you saw all you needed to see with Mariota. Hey, one more cut from Bijan. Now a lot of guys talk trash. Do you talk trash?
I'm not a big trash talker at all. I don't say a word when I'm on the field. I keep silent, and I just know that the next play, I gotta, I'm always trying to make the defenders be uncomfortable in any way I can.
Well, I got news for you, Bijan. Welcome to New Orleans in Week 16, 18, whatever it's going to be. All right, when you get up against those guys, you will learn to talk some trash.
Well,
baby.
Cam Jordan will be woofing on the other side of the line.
Yeah.
That's right. That's okay. Let them Whodats say what they want to say. Look, this kid is going to be electric. I'm stoked. I know if you hadn't made it out to practice, and again, practice is practice, but you see the sample size of what this guy's capable of, it's going to be awesome. Another dude, Jesse Bates, talked to the media yesterday. I got to be honest, when we first signed Bates, I was kind of like, okay. Didn't really think it was a priority to get a safety, but they did because he was the best one available, and they now have the best front and the best back end we've had in about 5 years on this team since 17. I like Bates. Here's Jesse Bates talking about his new DC, Ryan Nielsen, and what is the plan, man?
No, I would say the biggest thing was he had walked past us while we were listening on the walkie-talkie. He said, no effing smiling. So he was really, like I said, he was really toned in and locked into the game. He didn't really care about who was playing, who wasn't playing. He just really wanted to, showcase what we've been working on the last couple weeks is how aggressive we're going to be. And like I said, I thought we did a really good job, and there's room to improve on that as well.
This is going to be really interesting to see how they use now number 3, Jesse Bates the third, hence the number 3. The reason is because if you envision him as Keanu Neal, that is a thumper safety in the box, right? Do they envision him as that, or do they envision him more as a kind of a slide over safety in coverage? Because he had 14 interceptions in his career in Cincinnati in 5 years. So I mean, he's obviously got that ball hawk thing in him, and you really want to take advantage of that too. But in run support, I mean, big strong safety. I think he changes it. We talk about the greatness of the 2016 team, notwithstanding the fact that offensively they set all the records. On defense, those safeties were so good in Neal and Rico that people, some fans, we kept telling everybody, Mike, you were there, I was there. We're sitting around saying, you don't know how important Rico Allen is.
Right, he's general on the field.
Exactly, and that's what Jesse Bates is going to become.
Right, and he can do it all. He can play run support. He can hit. And the ball hawking thing we're looking for. Look, I know it's just preseason, but one thing, if anything, you saw from that game, and that's a harbinger of what we're going to see in the regular season. When's the last time we saw sacks and turnovers? 5 sacks, couple of turnovers, and like Arthur Smith talked about, he didn't like the way the defense was kind of giving up some big pass plays. But once they got in the red zone, they shut them down. And that's something that this team really has not done. We don't create enough turnovers. We don't get the quarterback on the ground since 2017. That was arguably the last good defense. And ever since then, it was a combination of injuries or mismanagement or whatever. But this team now, with all the things they've addressed in free agency and the draft, we talked about Ebiketie. That was a hell of a sack that he made with the spin move. I think, folks, maybe it's going to take a minute. I don't know. I'd like, and by the way, I'm not encouraging you to go spend money on preseason, but you can get, if you don't want to pay regular season freight, This is one of those games you want to watch the first half and see the starters. You get the tickets pretty cheap on Ticketmaster and StubHub to go in there.
This team is going to rise and fall on its defense. Everybody talks about the offense, 3 number 1 picks, Drake London, Kyle Pitts, Bijan. You have a new quarterback that everybody's excited about, a tight end I wanted 3 years ago that I'm glad we have, a 1,000-yard rusher that's back, Cordero Patterson, all these weapons that they have on offense. And you're really going to like, Scott Miller just drove us nuts, didn't he? Did you forget that already, that he drove us nuts? I mean, I think the offense is fine. I'm not worried. I have no concern on the offense.
Yeah, I'm not even talking about Scotty Miller because, if Scotty Miller makes a play, if he gets, the over-under on Scotty Miller for these 25 catches this year.
Right. He's the kind of guy that'll make a play suddenly and, there you go. Whatever happens with that offense, this team rises and falls on that defense. Now, you have to start projecting out on what that defense is going to be, which is why everybody's going to be looking at Ritter. Everybody's going to be looking at Bijan. I get it. But really focus in on this defense because the rotations on this defense are going to be really important because Onyemata changes everything on that defensive line. I mean, one of the reasons Cam Jordan was because he had Onyemata right there eating up 2 guys.
Right. Onyemata's going to be great. Like I said yesterday, great. He's going to feel like he's died and gone to heaven. Looks to this side, sees a baller. Looks to the other side, sees a baller. Got linebackers behind him who can make plays. And if you're Caden, and by the way, Caden Ellis, I think this guy is going to be the dude, maybe leads the team in sacks and surprised a lot of folks. Carl and I did this whole thing. Was it Chris back in May? Who's going to be the surprise guy, offense, defense? Caden Ellis. Now, I got to be honest. I couldn't have picked Caden Ellis out in a police lineup. But this dude brings some pop. He's athletic. Troy Anderson, though, he's got to step up. Mm-hmm. And everything so far through camp, they're seeing all the things they want to see in the second-year development. Remember, for guys who only played linebacker less than 4 years.
Right.
Because he was such a super athlete in Montana that he had him doing everything, quarterback, running back.
By the way, my answer to that was Bud Dupree. I really think Bud Dupree is going to have a revival of his career here. I really do.
Yeah. He's bounced around. I'm with you. If you think Bud's going to, I'll give you a boy. To me, Bud's a dude that was around for a reason. A lot of teams kick the tires on this guy. I don't think there's much thread left.
Yeah, I also think he's happy. And I can't tell you. He's saying all the right stuff. Now, see, again, this is why I'm going to be focused on that defense. I want to see what I get out of Taekwon, what I get out of that interior defensive line. I really want to see, I don't know if Clace is going to play or not, Ebiketie. I want to see Bud. I want to see, this secondary has the ability to be top 5 in the NFL.
Bud Dupree's best year was 2019, and then after that, he just struggled to stay on the field.
Yeah, got injured, got dinged, all that kind
He's only played 20, say, I went to Florida State, 11 plus 28 games his last 3 years.
Right.
So,
Fresh legs.
But Calais Campbell, the good news is we're not asking these guys to play the entire game. That's a rotation. All the good teams that have won Super Bowls have rotational guys on defense, and now we have enough talent to do that. Hey, man, more NFL. The Jets go get the best running back available, even though their pretty good running back is available. We'll explain that coming up next. Fricky in for Carl on Dukes and Bell.
interesting.
Thanks for making us your sports station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
3 o'clock, man. Big 3 o'clock hour. Chris is going to give us some yeah, man, no, man. Before that, we're going to hear from Sal Licata. We love to poke the bear. He's a good dude. He does talk radio in New York, and he was the one that pronounced the division over last year for the Mets and then subsequently pronounced the division over this year for the Braves. And then we'll also have some fun with him about the Yankees because they were hot garbage last night. Who was the pitcher for the Yankees that was sweating gravy last night? Who was that? Was that Ian Anderson? Ian Hamilton. Ian Anderson was a former Brave. Is a Brave. Ian Hamilton. Guy was sweating gravy, John. He looked like Ted Stryker in Airplane when it's coming down. I mean, it was dripping off the bill of his cap like it was raining, and Frenchie was losing his mind along with Smoltz last night.
Well, if you're not used to it out here, I mean, you get out in this heat, it's a different kind of heat.
Yeah, and I would imagine the San Francisco Giants are going to feel the same effects.
Good, hope
when
so.
They come in because it has been typical Atlanta, hot. Hey man, we found out also that the lineup is out. Grant McCauley just tweeted it. I retweeted it. Little Nicky is in. So it looks like Nicky Lopez, John just mentioned off the air that Snicker's going to ride with the hot hand. Vaughn Grissom got called up as Ozzie Albies is on the 10-day. So it looks like they'll maybe do a timeshare, as Grant pointed out. But as Ozzie's hamstring heals, you got two great options the way Nicky's been raking.
Mm-hmm, right. Again, he's setting a Braves record here for most RBIs in the first 4 games of his career with the Atlanta Braves. And he did it in only 2. It was just, and one of the fun things is it's so fun to see a guy, because Nicky Lopez knows kind of his ceiling, I think, he kind of knows who he is, and he's out there going, I can't believe I'm part of this, and the smile on his face when he's on base, and seeing the things that he's done, he's like, this is so cool to him, and that's kind of fun to see.
Hey, man, we're going to talk to our man Sal. We're going to talk more shenanigans. We got a really fun guy talk. Save it up. Man, show's packed. Chris has done a great job. We got guests up the yin yang. Fricky's dropping bombs. He's just throwing crazy stuff out there, and it's good stuff too. It's good crazy, John. Like my Uncle Nick. It's a good kind of crazy. Right now, though,
I'll trust you.
Let's hit the NFL Blitz.
Welcome to the NFL. With news and notes from around the league, this is NFL Blitz on Dukes and Bell.
All right, so yesterday Zeke signs for $6 million, which I think is probably $4 million more than he should be getting paid to play for the Patriots.
Yeah, let's see.
Yep. And then subsequently, Dalvin Cook gets a deal, which is what, 8 and change, 8.6 for one season, because nobody wants to give running backs any money these days. Whether it's a giant conspiracy from the owners or the fact that the Ezekiel Elliott contract blew up in the Cowboys' face and other owners are just lukewarm on it. Dalvin Cook can help win the Jets a Super Bowl. And they got to Chris, they got to get an offensive line, by the way. I know it's just preseason, one small sample size. Their offensive line is not great.
They're missing Mazamanus.
Yeah, but if you go get Dalvin Cook, we just talked about Bijan Robinson, spent a lot of time on him last hour. Dalvin Cook is like the king of the wheel route. You can put that guy, he's another running back who can catch the football really well.
Well, instantly the Jets have the best running back combo in the National League now, in National Football League, with Dalvin Cook and Breece Hall. And look, I'm a big believer in running back combos. Again, we'll go back and just use recent Atlanta Falcons history, 2016, 2017. I mean, Devonta Freeman, whose name we don't like to say, but anyway, and Tevin Coleman at the height of Tevin Coleman. Those two, you had, a different speed, and Freeman caught the ball, and Coleman was a foot in the ground, home run hitting kind of guy. So if you have a couple of different speeds back there, plus it keeps both guys fresh into the fourth quarter where they're not legs aren't slogging here. And so for Aaron Rodgers, this is a really good deal to have these two bad guys. I mean, because if you think about the other great running back combos in the league, you might make an argument that if the Jets have the best running back combo in the league, you might be able to make an argument the Falcons are second,
right?
Or at the worst, third. I mean, you got A.J. Dillon and Aaron Jones up in Green Bay, but who knows about? You want to talk about who knows about their quarterback? Yeah, you got McCaffrey and Mitchell in San Francisco. There are the good ones, DeAndre Swift and Rashad Penny in Philadelphia, but Bijan and Tyler, I mean, it's an important thing. It's an underrated, important thing, despite all this crap about how running backs aren't important.
No, and it's just simply because they got some guys that probably got a little bit overpaid. The market resets, as you saw. We saw Lindstrom set the new market for tackles. We saw, or guard, I should say, new market. And by the way, we're going to talk about the Cowboys because they just got Zach Martin. He signs a deal that's north of $18 million, and so he was holding out for the Cowboys. But the running backs are not resetting the market because they now see them as perishable items. So basically now the NFL is going to take you up to your 50-year option, And then after that, you're on a set of one-year deals. And there's nothing the players can do. There's no separate union within the union. There's no federation of running backs, inside the NFL Players Association.
All right, this kind of frosts me a little bit because what drives me nuts about the NFL, you don't do this in baseball. I mean, you don't do it in basketball. You don't sit there and say, well, point guards are only worth so much in basketball, and power forwards are worth so much, and centers are worth so much. You don't do it in baseball where you say third basemen are worth more than first baseman and center fielder. No, it's just the value of the individual player to the team, and I don't know why the NFL, if I'm in the Players Association, I want to wipe this whole thing out about, set values here. We're not arguing about whether Travis Kelce is a tight end or wide receiver. It's what is his total value to the team.
Right. Well, I mean, we lobbied at the time, take it all the way back to the 2016 Super Bowl year. It came down that, Devontae Freeman wasn't happy about his deal, and eventually he got paid. Now, 1,000-yard rushes on the Falcons do not grow on trees historically. He had 2 back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons. He got paid. And then, of course, everything went sideways after
and then he sold us out.
Right. And then, unfortunately, he also checked out mentally in the Super Bowl. But we're talking about the contract.
The worst play in Atlanta Falcons history, Devontae Freeman missed block.
And part of that was because Coleman was on a heater. Coleman comes out of the game, was a little nicked up. And I believe, just my opinion, he was in his bag and wasn't focused. And he gets in there and he misses the blitz.
Yep.
And that pickup cost, it's a long story. We're not rehashing that. $19,000 we're out. Me and Carl, $19,000. But getting back to the running backs, Dalvin Cook is a dude who is a 1,000-yard rusher. He got hurt it's been years since he had an issue with injury. He's a guy that's always been a workhorse. He can catch the football, and all the things considered, if you're the Jets, you're also keeping him out of the hands of other teams potentially in the AFC. Breece Hall saying all the right things, kind of like what Tyler Algier said when we drafted Bijan. He says that Cook will bring out the best of everybody here at the Jets as Breece Hall gets reactivated. Now, the thing is with Hard Knocks, I wonder if this will make the cut for tonight. It'll hopefully just maybe be a footnote at the end of the show. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like, remember the year that Antonio Brown was doing all the crazy stuff with the Raiders?
Right.
None of it ever made the cut. It would always happen like on Monday or Tuesday morning, so you never got to see it that weekend. Or the Raiders said, no, we're not going to let you throw that out.
Yeah, plus, they pull their punches on that show. You know that as well as I do.
And the Jets more than anybody because they're having even more editorial control. Right. Things like the cuts. Baltimore Ravens, their leading rusher on the practice field for the first time this year. Speaking of running backs, J.K. Dobbins, he was activated off the PUP list. I think Lamar Jackson's going to have a big bounce back year this year with Monken. What do you think?
He stays healthy. I agree. I mean, it was never a question as to whether or not Lamar Jackson was. He won an MVP for a reason, whether or not he's a talented quarterback. Of course he's a talented quarterback. Of course you have to game plan for him. You have to try to contain him. I mean, he is a problem when he's healthy. We all get that. But it was never a case without some Falcons fans don't understand. Why didn't we get Lamar? He was never coming to Atlanta. He was never not going back to Baltimore. Never not going back to Baltimore.
Yeah, man, this team is going to be interesting to watch. The AFC is just so crowded. Because the Chiefs are up here, right, for the most part. And then you look at who in your mind? Is the Bengals? We're going to find out what's up with Burrow. Now, the Bengals, certainly, they got the core group is still in place before they got to worry about all the contracts.
They're so good offensively that I expect them to be there. But
Buffalo, to me.
You got the Jets, you got Buffalo. I think, by the way, watch, this may finally be the year the Chargers actually do something.
That coach is a nitwit.
I know, but you know what? I got to tell you, I mean, they've got the quarterback. Hey.
I love Herbert. I'm a big fan of that guy. Got himself his contract, but Brandon Staley to me is just he's a doofus. I don't get this guy.
I don't either, but that's Charger ownership.
But I thought that's where Sean Payton should have gone. To me, that was a much more attractive situation.
Yeah, but the Chargers weren't making the ownership wasn't making the change.
Right.
But then again, you're dealing with the Spanos family. I mean, I know that pretty well.
Right.
You know, I mean, did their pre-games and all that kind of stuff when I was there. I mean, I don't dislike Dean and didn't dislike Alex, but that family is a little bit different.
For those who don't know, they're kind of the cheapskates out there. They've kind of supplanted the Brown family who owns the Bengals as one of the cheap ones. Now, I will say this, Bosa's dad's kind of a jerk too, but Bosa's doing their whole routine now as well.
Right.
And we'll see where that one goes. We're just talking about the running backs. Jonathan Taylor, sounds like he's completely done with the Colts, or he had that sit down with Irsay about 2 weeks ago. That's gone nowhere. Ian Rappaport saying that, he wants out. He's back with the team. He's on the PUP list right now. He went somewhere and got off-site treatment for his ankle.
Is he going to Le'Veon Bell this thing?
There's no point in that, because even if you sit out, and the Colts still have your rights. They've got another year of controlling you. So his best thing is try to demand a trade. And as you just laid out, everybody in the NFL now is kind of lukewarm to running backs. I don't know. first things first, he's got no leverage because no one believes he's 100% healthy.
Right.
Because you have the ankle injury on top of that. There was that back injury. So for me, I feel for the guy. I empathize. He said some of the best things I've heard someone say about this. You work your butt off. They draft you. You contribute. And then now you're not worth anything. But he's got no leverage right now. He's got none. He's not 100%, and he wants a trade.
Again, this is the Colts are named Anthony Richardson their starting quarterback. I think they're turning a page on something. I don't know how you walk away from that guy if he's healthy because, you talk about top 3 running back in the game.
Right.
I mean,
and you want to lean on this guy with the rookie.
Right, especially with the rookie quarterback.
And he said, honestly, I was shocked. He said, I've been grinding, putting in the work to get the title. This is Anthony Richardson. We spoke to him at SEC Media Days last year. He's a likable dude, just trying to make sure I'm ready for the team. I've still got other guys in the room helping me out to get to the standard of QB1. So, look, Mike Vick here in 2002, Dan Reeves kind of simplified the offense. A lot of things Virginia Tech did, and I think you do the same thing for this guy and let the athleticism shine through.
Well, that's what you have to do. I mean, it's the only thing you can do. I mean, you start square pegging round hole and things, and you're going to end up with a disaster there. And the only question is, are they going to turn into the Bears where they don't block? Because that was their problem. And if they're not blocking anybody, Anthony Richardson's going to be running for what's the over/under on sacks? 30.
Right. We just mentioned 2 fantasy references today. I saw Justin Fields. They had him in the top 10 for quarterback stats, which I thought was a bit aggressive.
Dude, I'm a huge Justin Fields fan. I've said this.
I just didn't
many
know,
times.
but I wasn't sure that ESPN was going to, with their experts, were going to project that into the top 10 just yet, based on.
Well, I mean, they made a lot of changes in the offseason. I think the Bears are going to make the playoffs. I've said this.
Yeah, the wide receivers enough.
Well, he is a dynamic playmaker that I think he's going to be fine. I mean, it's the defense and the offensive line where they really upgraded.
DJ Moore, I believe, and Chase Claypool's. But yeah, they've got that'll be interesting to see.
Claypool's an interesting guy because in college he was a handful and a half.
Khalil Herbert had that big sort of dump off pass for the touchdown in their preseason game. Right. So yeah, I mean, look, everybody's pulling for him down here.
I mean, Cole Kmet, I mean, they've got some weapons.
But I just never understood why you would draft a defensive coach when everybody knows you got to fix the quarterback situation.
Well, you just had to fix the offensive line situation. I mean, their offensive line was, oh my God, bad. This is what Bryce Young's going to find out in Carolina this year, that it isn't about so much Bryce Young. He's just going to have some struggles because that offensive line, if the Falcons do what I think they're going to do in the opening game, they'll put him on the ground. What's the over-under on sacks of Bryce Young? 4.5?
You know what? If it's you're going to give me 4.5? All right. I'll say over then. I like it. Based on that offensive line, it's the only thing about the offensive lines that looked like crap in week 1. You can get better at this. See the Falcons in 16. Well, with the moves they made, Alex Mack, obviously. Now, there's no Alex Mack floating around, but you can add guys from other teams when they get those final cuts. And sometimes somebody plugs in with your team and he's good to go.
Yeah, it is. There's no question of that. I'm just saying that. And again, one of the things about rookie quarterbacks is when you get into a rookie situation with Bryce Young in an opening game, he'll see things in preseason, and all of a sudden he'll get into a regular season game and they'll go, no, we're not so much doing that. We're doing this. Right. And here goes the whole package, and it's coming at you a million miles an hour from every direction.
We're just talking about the Bears. Reason I mentioned Eberflus, the defensive coordinator, he hired a guy who's never been an NFL offensive coordinator, Luke Getty.
Mm-hmm.
He's been a quarterbacks coach.
Right.
He was an OC at Miss State back in the day. This is before Leach, but he's never done it at this level. And I just thought if you're going to go get the best guy you can to make Fields work. But to your point, a lot of moving parts on that offense need to be improved, mostly the outline.
Yeah, look, I'm not saying the Bears are going to win the Super Bowl. I think they could be a 9-10 win team.
But I figure the Eagles and then the Giants, Cowboys for wild card. And then Saints or us.
I'm not buying the Cowboys. I still am not buying the Cowboys. Well, I like their defense, but I have a hard time with that team. They find ways to gag. Plus, Mike McCarthy is going to be under fire all year, and you have to understand that one of the reasons I've spent so much of my life in Dallas because my mom's lived there for 45 years. Then I go there, and when I'm sitting around Dallas, watching the Dallas media, reading the Dallas Morning News, listening to the Ticket in Dallas, the fishbowl of the Cowboys is insane. It's insane. And so everything gets picked over, and it's unbelievable. That town with that team, that's the worst place to be if you're not playing well. That's the worst.
Well, Jerry brings it on himself. I mean, Jason Garrett was so mediocre for so many years. I mean, that's a team that should have changed head coaches. Let's be honest, 2 or 3 years into that run. McCarthy's not compelling. McCarthy's going to call the plays this year.
Right, I know.
That's going to be very interesting to see how he handles that. You know what McCarthy said today? You're going to finish that? See, new joke. Yeah, I say that joke all the time to Carl. And it's, hold on, John. Hey, man.
You pulled it on me.
I like to keep a Polish sausage in my shorts at all times.
Okay.
No, you never know when you need a notch at halftime. Hey, man, we got some Sal Licata. Let's just revel in New York's failures with the Yankees and the Mets with the man who does it for a living up in New York at our sister station. Sal's coming up next. Dukes and Bellwood, Fricky in for Carl.
Then things get really good.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Let's go, baby! Let's go!
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hey, man, it is a Tuesday in paradise. Hope everybody's having a good day. It's a Fricky in for Carl. Carl's got the parents' trip to get the kid all set up in college. We'll get all the details. He comes back Thursday. Fricky's just dropping by. He's been carpet bombing hot takes all week so far, filling in for Carl.
Yeah, pretty much.
More of that's coming up right now, though. Joining us on the waitfor.com hotline, one of our favorite guests from our sister station in New York. And by the way, congratulations to Sal Licata getting the big promotion in middays, man. How you doing, Sal?
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. I'm doing well. Excited for football season because baseball season in New York is long over.
Yeah, I mean, real quick, and I'm not going to break – like, there's no sense in kicking a guy while he's down, even for the Yankees. But the Braves lost 2 starters for much of the season. Yankees lost 2 starters. How are the Braves where they are and the Yankees can't seem to find traction?
Well, I mean, the Yankees have just been a mess. They're going to tell you the excuses of injuries and all that, which I think is a part of it. But they just I think the Yankees played over their head last year, the first part of the season, and where people were evaluating them, that was an aberration in that first part of last year. They were more what they were in the second half, which wasn't very good outside of a historic season from Aaron Judge. And then even in the postseason, they barely beat Cleveland in the first round. They got swept away by the Astros in the ALCS. And then you look at this year, they just never really got out of the gate strong, and it's hard to believe. But really, this has been going on since 2021, where you've seen, outside of the results last year, which I think are an aberration, you've seen the decline of the Yankees. And the Braves are just a much, much stronger foundation right now than either team in New York.
Well, a much stronger foundation, arguably, than anybody in the game. Sal, and I don't mean this. Mike and I were talking about something I want to ask you about in a moment, and I'm going to lead up to it by saying this. And I mean this absolutely is no disrespect. I'm just curious. Are you old enough to remember when the Mets won the World Series last time?
I just turned 7, so it's a long, long time ago, which is why, Met fans like myself are, we've had enough. It's been way too long, and we thought it was going to change with Steve Cohen, and I think it will. Fundamentally, I think they'll be fine. They still have an owner that's going to spend a lot, not that obviously equates to winning, but spending as far as the lower levels of the minor league system and drafting and developing, which they're in the process of doing, but it takes time to dig out of the hole, but fans are impatient. It's 1986. Yeah, I was 6-7 years old when they won, and you'd like to see them win one again.
Right. So, and the reason I bring this up, and it just strikes me because I worked in New York at one point. Mike is from New York, and so I'm at least a little bit familiar with the town. That you have 9 professional teams, not counting Major League Soccer, 9 professional teams in New York, and none of them, Sal, what's it been, 15 years since any of them? I mean...
2008 for the Yankees.
Right, I mean, you haven't had a parade in forever. None of them.
Well, the Giants, Giants, I think, is the last one Super Bowl in 2011.
Right. Okay.
So, yeah, yes. And as a matter of fact, I was just talking about that with my partner on the Midday, Brandon Tierney, today, how New York, it's not overrated in the sense of we're passionate and we love our teams and there's so many of them, but, it's not a title town by any stretch. You have to... If you take, and the Yankees haven't been to a World Series and won one since 2009. The Mets haven't won since '86. The Knicks since '73. The Jets since Super Bowl III. The Giants have a couple of Super Bowl wins recently in 2007 and 2011, which is great. And the Yankees sustained success in the '90s, as you guys in Atlanta know, you're familiar with.
Yes.
But outside of that, New York has been nothing but losing sports teams for so long,
and with an unlimited checkbook.
For most part. Now, remember, too,
the Mets never had the Wilpons never had the money like the Yankees. But
that too, but still they did spend a lot.
Right.
They did spend a lot until 2009, and then, the different situation happened where they weren't spending as much money at all. But look, in New York in particular, without the salary cap, a lot of the teams spend a lot. Even with the salary cap, they've done a nice job of trying to put the right resources in place. Like Jim Dolan, it's not because of lack of effort. It was just because of lack of knowledge and understanding of what you need to win. And the Knicks finally now starting to dig out of what has been a 2-decades-long hole. So, I mean, look, for me, there are 2 teams that I grew up rooting for that have won in my entire life. The 1994 New York Rangers and the 1986 Mets. So, and I was very young when each of those happened.
Right. Got ticket stubs for both, big boy. Yeah, man. Game 6, it's funny because Game 6 with my dad, still one of the greatest memories of all time. hitting the city, went to PJ Clark's afterwards. I mean, and I felt as a kid back then, Sal, just to go memory lane here, there was a rain delay between Game 6 and 7. You got to play that game in November. There was no way the Red Sox were going to win. It was a special time. But that time is a long time ago for me.
Yeah, and it's great that you had great memories. Can I have some of those memories as opposed to being a 6-year-old watching 86 for you to remember over and over again? My goodness.
Right. Sal, real quick, just because my producer always gets a kick out of it, we have had Mark Messier on a few times, and I've gone Chris Farley both times with him. Remember when you guaranteed that goal against the Devils? That was awesome. It's our man Sal Licata's with us here, guys, from WFAN in New York. So real quick, let's get into we got about 5 minutes left. Let's get to the Jets. I'm loving Aaron Rodgers. Is Aaron Rodgers always been this nice? Is this an act? Or is he doubling down because he hates the Packers so much and wants to stick it to him?
Probably a little bit of both. I always thought Aaron Rodgers was misunderstood. I personally have loved him from afar. And I'll tell you, my favorite Aaron Rodgers game was closing down the Georgia Dome a few years back in that NFC Championship game that I flew down to see where the Falcons, Matt Ryan, beat his Packers. But how can you not have great respect for what Rodgers has done on the field? And I think off it, he's going to do what he wants to do. People may disagree with some of it, the darkness or the vaccination stuff. I don't give a crap about that. I care about what he does on the football field. And I'll tell you, off of it, he has embraced this town the way you would dream every athlete should, getting an understanding of the history of the town, the history of the Jets, all the going to Knicks and Rangers playoff games. So I think Rodgers has been better than advertised, more that the Jets could have ever asked for. Now they got to go out there and deliver. But yeah, I think there was a misunderstanding of what he is, and we've seen how great Aaron Rodgers could be so far this offseason.
I don't get this, Sal. I've been saying before the Dalvin Cook thing today, been saying for the last 3 months, whenever they get Aaron Rodgers in there, I said the Jets are serious Super Bowl contenders. And they are serious Super Bowl contenders. You got all those weapons on that team. That team is primed to win 11 or 12. I'm not a betting man because I suck at it, but if I were a betting man, I would put money on the Jets to win the AFC East easy.
Yeah, I like them. I don't know about easy, but I like them to win the division.
My ability to get part with my money easily.
Yeah, right, exactly. I get what you're saying, and I would pick the Jets to win the AFC East, and it's not because of Aaron Rodgers. Obviously, that helps, but I think it's because of their defense. They have the potential to be the best defense in the NFL. So if they're not going to maybe match offensively with Kansas City or a healthy Cincinnati. If Joe Burrow is healthy and there are no issues, maybe with the Ravens, with Lamar and some weapons and opening it up, I think they'll be a top offense, but their defense is going to be what separates them from the rest of the pack, even Buffalo, Miami in their own division.
Sal Licata's with us, guys, from our sister station, FAN Midday Host up there in New York. What about the offensive line? I know it's a small sample size preseason, but do they have the horses offensive line-wise to get the job done?
Yeah, I mean, that's maybe the one critique, even after signing Dalvin Cook today, where people are still worried about the continuity on the offensive line, maybe missing one piece, a tackle. Look, Mekhi Becton was supposed to be that. He has been a bust so far, starting to work his way into more playing time in the preseason here, but I don't think he's ever going to be the impact player that they thought he was going to be when they drafted him, the big ticket. And he had a promising start, but has been nothing but out of shape and bad health since. So I think the offensive line is going to be a question mark. But they were okay last year before Elijah Vera Tucker went down due to injury. As long as he's healthy, I think they'll be just fine. I'm not overly concerned about their offensive line.
Well, we're looking forward to Trae Young returning to Madison Square. It's always fun. That's not too far away.
No, I don't want Trae Young here.
Yeah.
No,
we want him there. We want him to bow again, spit on him and bow again. That would be fun.
That one broke me. I thought the Knicks were going to beat the Hawks.
Well,
that was another one that gave me some pain.
Right. Well, it's funny because, ever since then, Sal, we talk about it almost every week on the program. It just, you went backwards. We didn't build off that.
Yeah,
and now we got ownership, which is, we haven't done anything in the off season. All we do is subtract John Collins, so we don't know. We may be in the same boat playing, which is kind of frustrating.
And the Knicks got better with Jalen Brunson. He's been a legit star for them, so that was great to watch him last year.
Hey, bringing it back to the Yankees, we started the conversation. Obviously, it was a beatdown last night, 11-3. Even Aaron Boone saying, "Look, the Braves are the gold standard now in the big leagues." Is the current Steinbrenner family gonna move on from Cashman and from Boone at some point, or just gonna keep rolling the dice?
Boone maybe, Cashman no. I mean, Cashman's been here forever. The word is that nothing's gonna change, even if the Yankees do have their first losing season in 30 years. Hard to believe it's been that long. A team with sustained success, getting in the postseason, almost every single year. They're going to be on the outside looking in this year and maybe under 500. But it doesn't sound like Brian Cashman's going anywhere. And maybe Boone, somebody's going to have to pay. Like, there's no way you could justify bringing back the same guys again. Fans will, they'll riot here. So I think Boone's probably going to be the scapegoat, but I don't think anything's changing with Brian Cashman. And if they don't change with Brian Cashman, then I don't think the results are going to change.
All right, I got to wait for the AFC is over for Masao Licata probably about week 12.
Hey, somebody down there should be saying the NL East is over. I mean, you guys could have been saying that in May, and it wouldn't have hurt you.
We did,
bro.
Yeah.
Hey, our thing is just the pitching because we're just a little bit. It's a little bit of a. It seems a lot like last season when we went into the Phillies with 2.5 starters. We're waiting on Kyle Wright to come back. Elder's been wobbly. So I'm just my only just me, and I'm a worry wart is we don't have this. We got the best lineup in baseball, but the starting pitching and the bullpen, Sal, isn't as good as it was in 2021.
And here's the question I have. Are the Braves going to be able to deliver now in the postseason? It was a theme in the 90s. Mm-hmm. It will be a theme again. They are the best team in baseball, as you said. Nobody's going to question that. But now they got the pressure on them to deliver. Anything short of a World Series win is going to be disappointing for Atlanta.
Exactly right. Exactly right, brother.
Yep. That's right. But that's this year, next year, year after that, year after that, year after that.
Hey, look at that. We had a nice, pleasant conversation with Sal. I mean, the Mets and the Yankees are so dead in the water right now. There's no mean-spirited nature to this conversation.
Go after those guys, right?
But I tell you what, the Jets. I mean, we're going to see the Jets every week on national TV. It's going to be fun. I'm actually I was upset that they said no cuts on HBO, for Hard Knocks. But I got to be honest, I'm kind of looking forward to seeing what's going to happen tonight on the show.
Yeah,
I'm looking forward to it. Yeah. I love the show, so I'm looking forward to it too. Seeing Aaron Rodgers, seeing the Jets dynamic, I get a kick out of it. I used to love the show, but especially with the Jets on it.
Yeah, I'm not watching because I guess I've been so disappointed in the last few seasons.
Is Salah wrapped too tight, or is that just his personality?
I think right now he's under a ton of pressure.
Okay.
So. He's got Aaron Rodgers. The talk is Super Bowl. Remember, this has a team that hasn't been in the playoffs since 2010 or whatever it's been. So you're talking about a long time ago now. They got to make the playoffs, and they got to do damage when they get in the postseason. I think Salah's okay. We don't know enough about him, but now he's been handed a team that is going to have Super Bowl expectations. I'm not sure he's ready to handle that as a head coach just yet.
Great stuff as always, Sal, man. Congrats on the midday gig. Appreciate the time down here, man.
Thank you, guys.
You got it. Sal Licata from WFAN up in New York. We got some Yeah Man, No Man from our boy Turtle. And by the way, John, I just mentioned as a kid, Game 6, the ball goes through Buckner's legs.
Right.
What is your greatest? You got a greatest sports memory that you actually saw in person?
Yeah, I stood over Sid Bream. I was lying on his back at home plate.
Awesome. Outstanding. So there you go. And we'll talk later and see if Day-Day's got something to share with us.
Dukes and Bell.
We got spirit. How about you?
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Yeah, buddy. It's a Tuesday, not a Taco Tuesday. I mean, this diet. I wasn't going to talk about it on the radio. I'm on this stupid diet. I'm not stupid. It's effective. People are losing weight on this thing I'm on. Miserable. Starving. Miserable. No, just roll it. I think my wife says it gets worse day 3. That's tomorrow. So take a get ready pill, because I'm going to be a man. I'm going to be a man on the brink. Right now, though, to talk me off the ledge, here's Chris with some Yeah Man, No Man.
It's time for Yeah Man, No Man. He's the former MVP of his high school football team.
Not really.
From New Jersey.
The Cavs are here.
And gives rapid-fire questions. Here's the executive producer of the Dukes and Bell Show, Chris Thomas.
Hey, man, what you got?
I want to know something, Mike. When you get to have your first cheat meal, what do you think you're going to be directing yourself towards?
That's a great question. Probably be fried chicken, because I can't have anything fried.
Oh,
yeah. I mean, if I keep it low key.
Wait, you can't just take the fry off the chicken and then it would be just
oil.
chicken?
Don't get me started. That's a whole thing. I know.
You can't have baked chicken?
Nah, it's basically seafood or grilled chicken. It's grilled chicken. I mean, maybe baked chicken. I'll check with the wife when I get home.
They say that's like petting a dog with an oven mitt there, Fricky.
All right.
So exactly right.
All right.
But yeah, man,
I don't know where you're going with that one, but I mean, I know.
I got you.
You know exactly.
I don't worry.
got
Okay.
you. Yeah. But yeah, man. It's real quick, and I'll get out because it's Chris's segment. But just go see the orthopedist. Saw 2. And thanks to Dr. Joshua Bell, great guy. He's a big listener down there in Peachtree City, Piedmont Ortho. And every guy says basically the same thing. Yes, you may need a knee replacement. You could probably get by without one, because I played rugby and hockey and just, stupid stuff. And then he goes, but if you just lose like 25 or 30 pounds, you probably don't need it. So I'm finally like, you know what? I've been hearing this for 5 years. Maybe it's time to drop 25 or 30 pounds. So we're going to try. And I can tell you this diet is like literally, it's like Devil's Island meets Sparta. It sucks. Anyway, back to you, Chris. Enjoy.
And I'm sure that trip coming up in a couple weeks will help just fine.
Yeah. Apparently I can drink vodka soda. I'm allowed to drink vodka soda.
That's,
which I don't really like. I like brown liquor during football
who does
season.
Let's be honest. Who does like vodka soda? Let's be honest.
It's a chick drink. But anyway, we've wasted 2 minutes. Back to you, Chris.
That's okay. All right. So yesterday we talked about this crazy story involving Michael Orr and his quote-unquote family that adopted him, and now he's filed a lawsuit against the entire situation, claiming he never got paid for the movie The Blind Side, and he's seeking all sorts of punitive damages. It also happens that he's going on a book tour, and one stop he made was on our sister station with CBS Sports Radio's Zach Gelb, and he asked him the exact question of what the heck is going on.
I think it took away the hard work and the dedication that I created from a child, and going to school in the 3rd grade, getting myself up, first one in the locker room, last one out. And I think the biggest for me is, being portrayed, not being able to read or write. 2nd grade, I was doing plays in front of the school. And I think that's one of the, when you go into a locker room and your teammates don't think that you can learn a playbook, that weighs heavy on someone, and you have to understand. I understand that the movie has given me a position. I'm honored to have the position it's given me, but, you have to understand, before I moved in with the family, I was an All-American. That's what I want the generations behind me to see in this book right here, to understand that you don't have to have someone save you and rescue you to go out and be successful.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in. The Toohey family, I mean, the way the book, the story that I got when this all went down, Carl and I got a chance to go to a tailgate at the Grove in Oxford, and the way the story was explained to me is he got part of the book rights. Family split a piece of the book rights with him, and that's all he ever got. And I'm with him. I mean, because they make him sound like he's borderline idiot, in the movie, and the way it's a Disney movie. So, the nice white family adopts the black kid and everything else. You know how that narrative was going to play out. And it just seems like, in hindsight, the question everyone is asking is what took him so long? Because once he's established and he's got representation with an agent, shouldn't he be, I don't know, should he strike while the iron's hot and go back? Or does that just ruin the narrative of that Disney movie vibe? I don't know. The only question I got,
the reason
everyone's asking me is why is he doing it now?
Because he's getting traction for the sale of his book. That's why.
Right. That's it. Same way Wayne Brady came out as pansexual.
Right.
He's got a book coming out too. Apparently.
Exactly.
I guess the adage that sex sells can apply to many different varieties, including
I guess so.
But I mean, imagine Michael Orr goes in a locker room and they basically think that he's like a functioning idiot. You know what I mean? Like a simpleton. And that's not the case.
No. All right. So another controversial topic this NFL offseason was to pay or not to pay Daniel Jones / Saquon Barkley in New York. And the Giants chose to pay Daniel Jones and franchise tag-ish Saquon Barkley. They wound up working out a semi-new one-year deal with all sorts of incentives. But Daniel Jones was asked and actually answered honestly the tough question of how did it feel knowing that you were the guy making all the money while your bell cow running back, who's your best friend on the field, got jobbed?
Yeah, I understood the situation and that they could only tag, one player and the other one was going to be, need to figure out a contract or hit free agency. So I understood that part of it, and it's tough as a close friend, as a teammate, and a guy who means a ton to the team. But I'm glad they eventually figured something out. It was a tough situation for him. Certainly feel for him with that, and his approach and how he's handled the whole situation has been extremely impressive, and I have a ton of respect for him.
I'm going to translate that. I got my money. Got my money. Yeah. I got mine. I got mine. I got mine.
Yeah, he's such a bum. That guy, too. Daniel. I mean, he only succeeds without Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley's not running the football. He doesn't do what he did last year.
Yeah, I'm not sure I quite get Daniel Jones as a quarterback, but okay, whatever.
Yeah, Brian Dable comes in there and gets things cooking. Look, we all get it. The running backs are devalued. But, I mean, if you're the owner, whoever cut the check, it was Mara or Tish, I'd be like, ugh, to give that guy that contract? Talk about Daniel Jones, knowing that he's like the 20th best quarterback in the league. It's hard.
Yeah, I don't know why some teams fall in love with certain quarterbacks. That's just me. Giants and Daniel Jones, Dak Prescott and Dallas. I just shake my head and go, okay, whatever.
The Giants have always been built on defense and a good enough quarterback. And Eli.
Well, this isn't like 1988 anymore.
No, it's not Phil Simms. I get that. But Eli never gets the credit because he's Eli. But Eli made the big throws when it mattered. Eli was a streaky guy like Flacco was.
Right.
He would always get hot at the right time. But this guy, I don't see it. I mean, hey, I'll be a monkey's uncle. I'll kiss his butt on the county square if this guy does something the next 3 years.
Yep.
I don't see it.
We'll see if Saquon didn't get paid, if Matt Breida would have been the guy toting the rock for the Giants. Mm-hmm. So I don't think they would have had quite the production.
Mostert, Breida, and who was the other member of the triumvirate for the 49ers?
Oh, Jeff Wilson.
Yeah, if you were a fantasy owner, you just got killed because you never knew who was going to get the touch.
Exactly.
Speaking of the 49ers, Mike, you had perfect segue. You didn't even know it. Listen to Kyle Shanahan try to defend the mess that has been Trey Lance this preseason.
I mean, it got off to a rough start for everybody. I mean, 3 and outs for the whole offense the first 3 times, so I don't put that all on Trey by any means. That the whole offense was sloppy to start. Thought he had a real good second drive, leading there on the score. Made a hell of a play on the touchdown. I know it was almost a hell of a play for them with the pick, but that was the last guy on a bootleg.
Let's keep in mind that we know this guy. We know the lost playbook dude. Yes, he is a talented coach. His dad was a Hall of Fame coach. But he thinks he is the smartest guy in the room, and he's so much smarter than anybody else that he can see something in somebody that nobody else sees. And he goes, I can work with this. I can make it. Because every coach thinks that way, but Shanahan believes it. Kyle Shanahan was dealt a pat hand here in Atlanta. He was dealt 2 Hall of Famers at the peak of their career.
Yeah, I mean, the only knock on him would be, actually, I got to be honest. I'm thinking about it. I got to beg to differ with you. Garoppolo, he didn't pick that quarterback. The general manager picked that quarterback.
No, I'm talking about Trey Lance.
Yeah, but Trey Lance is I'm saying he's a piece of garbage. Shanahan
looked at him and said, I can make this guy into a superstar.
I see. I don't know where that came from. If Shanahan's culpable in that stupid move, I thought John
of course
Lynch
he is. I mean, it was his bag.
It makes no sense. It made no sense then. It makes no sense now. They need give another defensive back, anything but the quarterback. And now Brock Purdy, he looks like, as you said, first he has Matt Ryan here, and then he comes out smelling like a rose because Purdy showed up.
Well, he got super lucky, right? I mean, oh my God.
I like Shanahan here, but I'm with you. I'll never understand the Trey Lance, and also remember all the misdirection, like they were going to move up for Mac Jones. That was some of there was all this misdirection and intrigue,
right?
And the Trey Lance thing. Looking back 3 years later, it makes even less sense.
If you could get Trey Lance for a 5th round pick?
No.
I don't think you get anything more than a 6th.
No.
No.
Yeah.
Malik Willis, Trey Lance, no, gone.
League supposedly is knocking on the door to be the starter in Tennessee right now.
Doesn't say a whole lot about the Tennessee Titans, just to say it.
Yeah, and I don't know how you feel about this, John, but Levis, I don't think Levis is going to do anything in this league.
Yeah, I agree. And by the way, that's going to make Desmond Ridder and that pick look even better and better and better and better and better.
Right. Yeah, I mean, Levis, everybody falls in love with a style. They thought he's the next a poor man's Josh Allen. Show me the big moments. Well, he was healthier 2 years ago.
Okay.
I don't get it. I never understood that one either.
I know. I mean, but you roll with what you got to roll.
Gained popularity for putting mayo in his coffee, and that's all that it is. All right, Tay-Day, we got to run it.
And by the way, I do have a soft spot for, we used to joke around, I can't quit you when it came to our former offensive coordinator, Shanahan. I was apologizing at the Super Bowl media night for saying all those things I said about him in 15.
Oh, no.
When he lost the briefcase. When the knapsack got stolen by a reporter.
No.
Yes.
Why were you apologizing? It's your fault. Damn it, Bell, what were you doing?
16, he did the job. You can't argue with 16. It was sublime, the
Well,
offense.
I mean, 504 points, but bad
Well,
calls at the wrong
apparently
time.
Quinn didn't have a headset that worked with the offensive coordinator to say, just run the frickin' ball.
Right.
But Shanahan's an okay dude. He's not a bad guy. Hey, man, good stuff. We got Freaky's got a couple of things that he's just dying to tell you. He wants to get him off his chest. He's hot, a little bit bothered, coming hard. It's going to be our dog report. Look at Dave. He's coming. Hey, man, Dukes and Bell with John Fricke in for Carl today. Chris just brought it up in Yeah Man, No Man, the Tui family that we all thought adopted Michael Orr, only to find out it was something different. There's a report from TMZ Sports that they say Michael Orr basically hit them up for $15 million. So there's two sides to every story, but they say it's hurtful and absurd claims about money. And again, a little confusion about the movie rights and the story about the book and just what went to Michael Orr. But you want to read it. It's an article with a bunch of stuff in there. Too much for me to explain here. But they're countering what Michael Orr is putting out there. Either way, it seems like just an icky situation. And then maybe, years later, John, to your point, Michael looked at this and said, this is, what the hell? This is, it's funny because it really was too good to be. Like, it's a shame because the stories, you felt it was a great feel good, and it wasn't. At least not the way that they portrayed it. Anyway, you can read up on the story at TMZ. Let's hit the dog report.
Dukes and Bell on the sidelines with the dogs.
All right, Johnny, yesterday we got Kirby doing what Kirby does, basically saying you guys are worthless and weak. You've got to get it together.
This is driving me nuts, but I guess.
No, it's great, though. It's good theater. It's what coaches do.
Right, sure, okay.
Saban called it rat poison.
Wouldn't you love to have, I would love to have the head coach come out going, we are it. We are the walking, talking, and you got to go through us because we are that team. Because guess what? Georgia is that team.
You can't let complacency seep in.
There's no
complacency, John.
Complacency.
Yes.
No, it's domination.
It's human nature. Complacency sleeps in. That's why you got to come up with
No.
That's why you come up with a new motivational tactic. Better never rest.
Let me tell you what the motivational tactics. It's real simple. You don't play well, I'm gonna replace your butt on the field. Okay, coach.
Okay, which he's basically telling these guys the same thing through his comments with the media. The Dogs are making the ESPN preseason All-American team. No big surprise. Brock Bowers, best tight end, if not best athlete in college football. Cedric Von Pran at O-tackle. Michael Williams, Jamon Dumas-Johnson, and Malachi Starks. The only guy missing, for what it's worth, I heard Brandon Adams talking about this earlier from Dog Nation, with Andy and Randy. Maybe Amarius Mims would draw some consideration at 6'7", 330. He's bedrock in that line. But again,
you mean they have the best roster in college football? Get out.
Well, they got some of the most important pieces for sure. They got the trenches right, and they got a tight end that can do things nobody else can do.
Yeah, I'm still looking on their schedule going, wait a second, where's the landmine? Because, there's going to be a landmine, but I can't figure out where the landmine is.
I told you on Monday. I think I'll say Auburn because everybody's fast-forwarding all the way to Tennessee. And again, there's a certain scenario that would have to play out. Yes, they've got the best offensive line. Yes, they got a great defense. And technically, Carson Beck is going to be able to do that. But if you don't get your running game on track and your best running backs aren't on the field, teams will make Carson Beck beat you. And can Carson Beck beat you in that situation on the road? That's my only concern.
Okay, fine. That may be. They got 12 new starters, all transfers in at Auburn, and this is going to take you Freeze a while here. I want Auburn fans to check themselves a little bit. I think if you get to 8 wins, that's an exceptional year. I think more 7 to 6 for Auburn this year, and it's Peyton Thorne. Now, I can't know what Peyton Thorne and Grant Mertz are going to be at Florida and Auburn. I know what Peyton Thorne and Grant Mertz were at Wisconsin and Michigan State, and that was, okay.
Right.
That's what they were.
No, everybody's going to, Tennessee's the boogeyman. Tennessee's defense is terrible.
Yeah, now Tennessee's defense is awful.
That's, and if you feel, unless something's going on up there where the light goes on for juniors becoming seniors or whatever, but most of the returning starters from the 81st worst defense are back in Knoxville. That's why I don't really fear that.
And then you go to late in the year when you play an Ole Miss and Tennessee back-to-back before you play Tech, and I go, well, Ole Miss.
Maybe Ole Miss is the scary.
Well, but when has Ole Miss actually ever done anything? Seriously, when has Ole Miss, for all the talk, over the last, let's use the last 8 years of Jacob Tamme to now, okay? When has Ole Miss actually done anything?
The year they cracked the top 10, the year that both misstating them.
Since Eli Manning, they really haven't done much of anything.
Yeah, but if you go back and look, I'm going to tell you right now, I guess it would have been 2015.
Okay.
The year they beat Alabama.
Okay.
Tuscaloosa.
That was 8 years ago.
Right. You asked, I answered.
But they didn't even do anything with that. It wasn't like they were making it into the, they weren't playing for a national title or anything.
They are that second tier. That's that. There's teams that compete for championships, and they're happy to get 10 wins.
So they went to get Lane Kiffin for the whole concept of saying, okay, we got to break through, and we got to become that next team. And they've been there. They've had a lot of talent. Don't get me wrong. They've had a ton of talent. I'm at Ole Miss. And it's just, for whatever reason, one area or another breaks down, and they don't actually finish the deal. And so they may have had a run at one point, like we'll call it 2015, or go back to Eli in the early 2000s. But at no point did you ever say that Ole Miss as a program was year in, year out, that they were ever on the level, well, forget about Alabama, but they were never even on the level of LSU and Auburn?
I'm looking at right now. Yeah, I'm looking at Hugh Freeze, 10 wins. That was the 10-3 year. That was the 2015. They beat Bama, and they finished 9th and 10th in the coaches in the AP poll.
Okay.
And that was a year that both.
They'll be really good, and then they'll blow it somewhere along the line.
They're at that other. They are what Georgia was under Mark Richt.
Yeah, kind of.
Because
Georgia was better. I think
Tennessee under Fulmer early on, and then later, of course, it was Spurrier. Then it became Urban Meyer.
Right.
But yeah, it's just they're one of those teams that you, in your mind's eye, with all due respect, unless you're a Ole Miss fan, you don't envision them ever winning the championship.
Look, I know about what we all understand what Hugh Freeze did when he was at Ole Miss with all the with the hookers and the phone and the whole bit. But when he went to Liberty and he kind of got right, he comes down, he's getting a second chance here. If he flies right, we know Hugh Freeze could coach football. It's just going to take that. It would not shock me if in 2 years, Auburn fans, 2 years from now, Hugh Freeze had to get 10 or 11 wins. But that's 2 years from now. Right. So I just don't think this year, in Game 5, when you're breaking in 12 new starters against a Georgia team that's just going to you're going to have to get really lucky at home. You have to play the game of your life.
I'm just giving you the first road game in the SEC,
right?
Because they get the first three, they get the 2 patty cakes, and you get. And look, no disrespect to Shane, I'm a big fan of Shane Beamer, but their defense is right up there with Tennessee.
What if I told you?
So I'm just giving you. John, give me a second. Just giving you a scenario where Carson Beck would perhaps, in Jordan-Hare, the loudest atmosphere in the SEC, where perhaps if things aren't going his way, that's pressure. How does he handle it? That'll be the first test.
No, it is a test. Don't make me wrong. I've been Jordan-Hare plenty of times. It is a loud, intimidating place. But so is Georgia. So I kind of look at this and I go, I wonder if the real test for Georgia might not be Georgia Tech. What? I say, here's why. You run through this regular season, and now everything Kirby's ever said and pointed fingers here in this offseason about, you got to prove something. They go to Georgia Tech and say Georgia Tech's 6-5. And that would be kind of lucky if they are. But you got to play in Atlanta, and they get all fired up for you, and the next thing you know, you're turning the ball over, and, you're thinking about big things. Because Georgia, the one thing that's true about Georgia is that they are the one team right now in the country that can lose 2 games and still make the playoff. But one of those 2 games cannot be the SEC championship.
Right. You look at the way this current, now the last year, the 4-team playoff, once again, the expanded playoff, you'd be fine. But, yeah, this is one where either it's Bama, it's LSU, or it's Texas A&M. A&M got a big injury, by the way. We'll talk more about that. But to me, it's LSU. Are they ready to take that leap? Or does Saban, as he's always done, whenever Saban has a down year, now this is 2 down years by their standards, comes back
by their standards.
and whips things up. And the question mark is Jalen Milroe going to be the man?
Tommy Reese is a question mark.
Yeah. And let's be honest, this is amongst Bama fans. You and I have talked about this. Nobody was excited about their coaching hires in the offseason. Well, it just seemed underwhelming by what Saban has done in the past.
He's had such a great, and now Kirby Smart's doing the same thing, but he's had such a great run, and Kirby learned well, of incredible coordinators. And you see the head coaches that Kirby's kicking out, the Mel Tuckers and the Dan Lannings and the Sam Pittmans and whatnot. And so you have now Saban's done this with some of them been established, obviously Sarkisian, Bill O'Brien, but he did it with Dable. He did it with on and on and on and on and on. And now he comes in and he hires Tommy Reese out of Notre Dame, where I wasn't a big fan of his at Notre Dame as a player or as a coach. He's probably a really nice guy. Don't know you, Tommy. Never met you. I'm just saying that he was an okay quarterback in college, and he was an okay coordinator on offense. But you know what? Saban may turn him loose. Maybe Saban's of the opinion that it's time that Saban really wants to run the offense, and Tommy Reese is just there calling plays, whatever Saban tells him to do.
Well, if you talk to Bama fans, they were kind of over with Bill O'Brien. They were kind of kind of ran its course based on what they were talking about last year. Look, the thing last season, Will Anderson, all the hype about the defense, they didn't look like a Saban defense when it mattered most. Right. At the end against LSU in the overtime, certainly at the Tennessee game, which was a dial-a score. That's not how Saban does it, who specializes in the second.
Their defensive line just wasn't getting any pressure on anybody.
Right. Now, you say Tech. It is interesting, though, because a couple guys hit us up going, no way Tech's got anything for Georgia this year.
No. We're just talking about...
Yeah, just the same scenario about where things get funky. But, again, you'll have 60,000... Well, check that. 40,000 Dog fans will be at Bobby Dodd. I hope they change that when Tech fans get off their tuchus and they support Brent Key and company. But last year, if you remember, it was only 10-7 at halftime in Sanford Stadium. And if the tight end doesn't drop that pass, for what it's worth, Zach Gibson was rolling him down. Yeah. It was interesting. They definitely responded to Brent Key. Collins, for all his bluster, couldn't, let's be honest, he couldn't manage it. couldn't game manage either. And they did, but then Georgia obviously cranked it up and the depth shown out, and they just blew doors 37-14. But for a half at least, the Georgia Tech-Georgia game, good old-fashioned, clean old-fashioned hate was actually fun.
Well, we see Georgia Tech beat them a couple of times when they were supposed to beat them.
Right.
Back
in the last time that Georgia Tech beat him when they were, maybe you could say they were supposed to, was Kirby's first year.
I mean, is Georgia a demonstrably better team than Georgia Tech?
Mark Richt with the pooch kick was stupid. Obviously Jim Donnan with his nonsense.
The pooch kick,
the Jasper Sanks fumble. I mean, but for the most part. And O'Leary, by the way, O'Leary that's what I think Brent Key's going to do. I think Georgia Tech under O'Leary didn't beat themselves. And if you made a mistake, Georgia Tech was going to beat you. And Brent Key, I think, is going to try to put that together. And he's also doing a hell of a job for his 24 recruiting class.
I think Brent Key's going to do good things at Georgia Tech. Again, I would be hopeful if I'm Georgia Tech that we're back in kind of the good graces here. But the biggest concern for Georgia Tech as a program moving forward is, of course, what's going to happen with the game. They're totally out of their hands, out of their control. What's going to happen to the ACC? But
here's the thing: in the short term, yesterday we talked about it at the end of the show. Today was supposed to be D-Day for Florida State. Board of Trustees aren't meeting, so Florida State's not leaving the ACC.
Right.
And Clemson was being a little more, proactive. I mean, what's the word? Florida State was being proactive. They were being more. Come on. I use this word all the time, and now it's like this diet has got my brain not functioning. The synapses aren't connecting. They're being pragmatic.
Okay, so
that's the word I was searching for. Clemson's being pragmatic. Florida State's going, we want more money. We want more money. And ACC's like, you're not getting it. That was their big strategy.
Let me ask you this, because you're an FSU fan. Do you think, with Florida State not moving it, do you think that they were met with a lot more indifference by the Big Ten and the SEC? Well, the SEC certainly than they expected to be.
I think it's a brand, but I think you're right. I think there's some members of the boosters, or I should say the trustees, felt that teams are going to come begging Florida State to jump in.
Yeah.
And to me, the only place they could go was the Big Ten, and the Big Ten does have a standard of academics, which Florida State School, although it is it's not apparently as highfalutin as what the Big Ten requires you to be.
Well, I still think the Big Ten has 2 spots open now that they've gotten Oregon and Washington. And I think there's a strong element that resides in Indianapolis that believes one of those 2 spots is reserved for Notre Dame.
Yeah, and that makes the most sense anyway. But Notre Dame still got this flirtation with the ACC.
I know.
I don't think, unless this year they make a run, and we're talking about them in the national championship playoff hunt, is NBC going to say Notre Dame is still worth that kind of coin? Notre Dame expects to get $60 million a year from NBC when their contract's up after next year.
And NBC's big on the Big Ten now because they're part of it, right?
Yeah, I mean,
this hour of the program is brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate. Dukes and Bell on this. What do you got coming up here? Oh, Tyler Sullivan. Oh, this ought to be fun.
Tyler Sullivan from CBS Sports talking about the NFL. We're going to go all around the things we've been covering today, the moves the Jets are making, and who is the best team, not named the Chiefs, in the AFC. Also get his take on the Falcons. Is he a believer? And a Falcon goes on IR. So stay tuned.
boys.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Let's go, let's go. On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Bunch of guys hit us up on the text line, the conversation about the conference realignment. I wasn't trying to be a jerk to my fellow FSU friends. It's just, you got no juice. Everything's about leverage. Jonathan Taylor, you got no leverage. Florida State, you ain't got no leverage either. Let's see if Tyler Sullivan's got some juice. Hey, man, from CBS Sports. Joining us today, it's our man John Fricky, filling in for Carl Dukes, who's got the day off. Tyler, how you doing, brother?
Good. What's going on? I'm in the Boston College area, so I have zero juice if we're going from college standpoint.
Yeah, we were joking around about, imagine if they gave more money to Clemson and Florida State and gave less to Boston College. I mean, how does the program survive? It wouldn't, right?
It wouldn't at all. Not even a little bit.
Hey, man, by the way, talk about we'll start with the Patriots since you're up there in New England. You go get Ezekiel Elliott. What's he got left in the tank? How's that going to work up there?
Yeah, I don't think he has as much tank in the tank as the Ezekiel Elliott of old, and he's going to come to New England and be that star that we saw in Dallas all those years ago. I don't think the Patriots are getting that. I don't think the Patriots expect that from him. What I think that they're looking for with Ezekiel Elliott is to help this team in the red zone. They were worst in the NFL in red zone efficiency last year. He comes in as one of the better red zone running backs in the league. That's one thing that he can still do is punch it in from inside the 20, inside the 10, and obviously at the 1. So I think that's where they're looking for Ezekiel Elliott to really be an impact on this team. Ramondre Stevenson, still going to be the lead guy, going to lead the team in touches and all of that type of stuff out of the backfield. But in the red zone, I think is where Elliott's going to help them the most.
Well, Jets fans went like super TikTok crazy or X crazy or Twitter or whatever we call that thing anymore when they got Dalvin Cook, because they're all screaming, it's a done deal, we're going to win the Super Bowl. I mean, you can't argue. They've got a lot of weapons. I mean, you look at that, Tyler, and you say, can that Jets team win the East? The answer is probably, yeah, maybe they can.
Yeah, no, I would not be surprised at all if all of a sudden the New York Jets are sitting there at the top of the AFC East when the season's all said and done. You got to look at the schedule, though. For the AFC East in particular, it is a gauntlet of what they have to face. It's the NFC East. I believe it's the AFC West that they have to play as well, and on top of each other, which is increasingly more competitive as the years have gone on, especially now that Aaron Rodgers is in there. I do think that Miami's going to be a lot more competitive if Tua Tagovailoa can stay healthy. Buffalo's obviously going to be there, and I do think the Patriots will be better. Record-wise, that may not say too much going from 2022 to 2023, but with Bill O'Brien coming in, they're going to be a tougher out offensively. But New York, you have Aaron Rodgers come in there. Does it remind you a lot of Matthew Stafford going from Detroit to Los Angeles, Tom Brady going from New England to Tampa Bay? There's that little bit of edge that wants to prove people wrong. I think we could see that from Aaron Rodgers in New York.
Yeah, I know the division is tough. We've always felt that Buffalo, the time is now. Heck, the time was last year. Buffalo obviously missed Von Miller in the playoff game. Heck, Dolphins almost beat them without their best quarterback. So you buying Buffalo to be right there on the heels of Kansas City?
I think they'll be close, but like you just said, it feels like their window is either open or I even almost fear, did they miss it? Because now you have Aaron Rodgers come into this division. The conference is only getting better. Kansas City's going to stay there. Cincinnati is going to get better. You have these teams, even Jacksonville you look at. If Trevor Lawrence all of a sudden ascends in year 3 with Calvin Ridley coming in, could he be someone who elevates and makes Jacksonville one of those key competitors?
Yeah.
So Buffalo certainly has the talent to continue to contend for a Super Bowl, but this whole conference now is just so much more difficult. They almost wonder a couple of years ago when it was just Kansas City and maybe Cincinnati that they had to deal with, did they miss this window of a clear-cut path?
Tyler Sullivan, CBS, joining John Fricky and Mike Bell here on Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92 on the Game. Tyler, here in Atlanta, there are those of us, especially people like me, who really think that the national media is missing the boat here. You're not seeing what we're seeing here, which is to say that the Atlanta Falcons in a winnable division are going to be sneaky good, and that they can win 9 games, they can win 10 games. Tyler, they could get hot enough to win 11. They have something that nobody else in the division has. They got depth. And Terry Fontenot's built a team in year 3 that you look around and look at that lineup and go, you know what, this club could be pretty good.
Yeah, and not only that, I mean, the other thing that you got to point out, too, is the schedule. It's an easy schedule. I think it's actually the easiest schedule in the NFL going into 2023, so that they're not going to face that resistance that we were just talking about with the AFC East, playing in the NFC South, and obviously the opponents that they have. The NFC is a weaker conference right now, at least on paper, than what we're seeing over in the AFC. And, you're going off of this preseason opener. Obviously Bijan Robinson, Desmond Ritter, those guys didn't play. But one thing that stood out to me was Ryan Nielsen's ability to make an instant impact in this team, helping them in the red zone. The Dolphins 0-3 in the red zone in that game last time out, which I think is something to really take notice of. Last year, the Falcons weren't bad in the red zone. They were just outside the top 10 in terms of efficiency. I think they were like 13th. If all of a sudden you're telling me that's going to get even better now when you start to add not even Ryan Nielsen, but being the DC, but Jesse Bates, Grady Jarrett, all these guys that weren't playing in that game last weekend now coming in there. If you're telling me this is a top 10 defense in the red zone, that's going to make life so much easier for the offense to really make an impact. So I agree with you. I do think that there's a little bit of people sleeping on Atlanta. I think that maybe the Derek Carr, New Orleans effect is kind of sweeping over the NFC South and Tom Brady departing, but they could be a sleeper to make the playoffs there, certainly.
Yeah, we were saying, Tyler, like in fantasy football, the four-letter network was doing all their numbers and projections because no one knows what Desmond Ritter is outside of 285 here in Atlanta. The delivery system is the X factor. How is he going to do to Drake London? Can Kyle Pitts bounce back? I think Bijan Robinson is going to be like LaDainian Tomlinson, if he's really good, type stuff, but a guy that's going to be catching maybe as many passes as he is running through the tackles.
Well, not only that, I mean, the number one thing to help a first-year quarterback, first-year starter, full-time starter, whatever you want to call Desmond Ritter, is the fact that he's going to have a strong running game, not just with Bijan Robinson, but Tyler Algier was strong for them last year. As much as Robinson is this transcendent talent, that's a great number 2 running back to fall back on, Cordell Patterson as well. If you're able to solidify the running game for a guy like Desmond Ritter, I think that says the world. And, they spent the last few drafts drafting these electrifying athletic players in Kyle Pitts and Drake London, obviously most recently, and Robinson. If Arthur Smith can scheme up to just get the ball into those guys' hands, that's also going to make life for Desmond Ritter so much easier. And that's not even asking him to make the extraordinary play, to make the tight window throw, which we'll see if he's capable of doing in a game setting. But to me, that, I think, alone is setting a really strong foundation on top of what we were just talking about with the defense as well.
Yeah, Tyler Sullivan of CBS. You wheel it back. You said 3 years ago, you look at Justin Fields and Trevor Lawrence, and, of course, right about it into that time, you had Jalen Hurts. The difference, of course, Jalen Hurts went to a really good team. And so when I say they took their lumps, I mean they got beat up, those two guys. And now they have a little bit of help around them. Extrapolate that to this group here of C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young and now Anthony Richardson in Indianapolis. Are they going to get beat up in this first year or two, and can they survive that?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a major question for all of those guys that were taken in the first round. I was watching the Houston game against New England, but particularly closely because I was covering that game, and it did feel like C.J. Stroud was a little bit slow to the NFL game. It looked like he was getting sped up, wasn't really confident in what he was seeing, holding the ball a little bit too long, obviously had the interception there as well. And you can say the same thing a little bit for Anthony Richardson, had that back, kind of looked like he was fading backwards, didn't really have his feet set on that interception as well. Specifically with those guys, they were billed as a little bit more projects, more so Anthony Richardson, who is still going to be the week 1 starter the Colts announced today. The question is going to be the trial by fire, putting them in there as early as possible going to help them, or is it going to hurt them? Would the Texans be better off having Davis Mills in there to start the year or Gardner Minshew in Philadelphia, in Indianapolis, to have those guys kind of ease their way in? It's going to be fascinating to see. I do think that teams are better off just throwing them in there to see what they have. I don't really necessarily believe in it's going to break their confidence. These guys are professionals. They should be able to have that mindset to go on in the next play and things along those lines. So I'm interested to see where they go, but ultimately, neither one of those teams are expected to be particularly competitive in 2023.
Yeah, we compared him. It's, again, Tyler Sullivan, guys from CBS Sports, CBSSports.com. They announced Richardson's going to be the starter. Mike Vick with Dan Reeves. He got a little bit of games, second half under his belt the first year as a rookie. And they just kind of took the college game plan, and he was such an amazing, freakish athlete. like one hot read and then just pull it down and do Mike Vick stuff. And I think Richardson's that same kind of guy. And as you know, whether it was Herbert, in San Diego, fans want to see that guy. They don't want to wait. They don't want to see the other dude, Tyrod Taylor, in there. They want to see
Andy Dalton.
Yeah, they want to see this guy. So, I mean, and better for us that we're dumb enough to buy the Sunday ticket.
Yeah, no, I mean, absolutely. And the other thing that you mentioned Justin Herbert there, which I think is a good point when we're talking about Anthony Richardson. You want to know who was his offensive coordinator when he was a rookie? It was Shane Steichen, the new head coach for the Indianapolis Colts. And the same thing with Philadelphia and Jalen Hurts, Shane Steichen, his offensive coordinator. So that's one thing that Richardson has in his back pocket is that he has a quarterback, a head coach that is able to develop these young quarterbacks and help them to produce early on in their careers. So that is one thing that I think is exciting. For Anthony Richardson, I do think that the Jonathan Taylor situation is worth watching. Like we were just talking about with Desmond Ridder, one thing that can help a young quarterback is a strong running game. And as much as Richardson can be dynamic with his legs, if Taylor's back there helping him out, that should help his development too.
Yeah, talk to me real quick about the running game. With Dalvin Cook and I would say Breece Hall, probably the best running back combination in the NFL. And you have other good ones. There's a good one in Green Bay. There's a good one in New Orleans. And there's a pretty darn good one here, we think, in Atlanta. So how important, we talk about the running back values. How important is it to have a good running back combination on your ball club?
I mean, immensely, because you can't just bank on your star running back to all of a sudden carry you for 17-plus games going into the postseason. It's just not sustainable. And that's basically what these running backs right now are fighting for in terms of trying to get more pay. The amount of wear and tear that these guys take on a weekly basis is much or more than most players in the NFL. And so you see one of those guys go down. Like, let's just use New York for the example with Saquon Barkley. You see a guy like him go down, that completely changes how they go and approach their offense. I mean, Daniel Jones is not asked to do the same things that Patrick Mahomes is being asked to do. They're using their running game to really help facilitate their passing game. The same thing could be said in Tennessee with Derrick Henry. It's not the Ryan Tannehill show, it's the Derrick Henry show. Right. And whether or not that's conducive to winning football in terms of the playoffs and a Super Bowl, that remains to be seen. You can make an argument against that, I guess. But ultimately, these guys are important, and you do have to have a strong stable, which is why, like we were just saying, I do like Atlanta this year.
Right on, brother. We appreciate the love. Tell all your other national news guys, or maybe, or you know what, or maybe don't.
No, don't.
Keep it up. We'll keep it. We'll stay under the radar.
We'll let them figure it out themselves.
Hey, man. Thanks, Tyler. Catch him at CBSSports.com. We got plenty more to dive into, including injury for the Falcons on defense. Someone's going to go on IR. We'll give you that in the Falcon report. But next, some guy talk. Madonna's coming on tour. John, you buy some tickets?
Who?
Madonna. No, the other Madonna. Beyonce was last night. Everybody was there. If you weren't there, you missed out. Celeb City.
No.
No, Madonna, no. I wouldn't pay to see Madonna either. No way, Jose. She frightens me. Keep her away from the kids. We'll come back with Guy Talk next.
some Dukes and Bell.
Oh, okay. On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's time for fun. It's time for guy talk. Never mind. It's time for shenanigans.
Yeah, buddy. Brought to you by our Dukes and Bell. Hey, man, don't forget the watermelon lime fresh batch just came out. Go get some. Tasty. Goes good with your grilling. Share the photos. A guaranteed retweet from Carl and I. Maybe not John. Hey, man, Beyonce's third night wrapped things up down at Mercedes-Benz.
I wouldn't necessarily. No,
Okay,
I mean,
well,
I've never tasted it.
We'll get you some.
I've heard that people say it's good.
Yeah, but you know what? Tomorrow will be the last day before Carl comes back. I'm going to bring you an ice cold Hey Man. You're going to drink it on the air.
Okay, that's good.
And
I like beer.
I like it. So Beyonce plays last night. Traffic was nuts. You were still here because you were working with Chucky last night, Day.
She do 3 shows like Taylor Swift, right?
Yeah, took Sunday off. And I heard that, I believe that Kyle Pitts was there. There's a couple of other Falcon players. I got some spy reports from some dudes who work security at Mercedes-Benz. A lot of folks throughout the weekend. She gave a shout out to Lizzo, apparently, so trying to maybe patch that rift. And some felt that maybe she thought everyone was ganging up on Lizzo after the very unseemly accusations about what she does with her dancers when she's in Amsterdam. But according to everybody, she just put on a hell of a show. And I've talked to a couple of people that went, said it was bananas, and it was worth the loot. People flew in from all over the place. Big-time economic impact. There was an article in the Atlanta Business Journal, or Business Chronicle, I should say, and lots of hotel rooms packed the whole weekend for Beyonce. Some people saw more than one night.
ATL Live has done such a great job. It is a division. These concerts at Mercedes-Benz are, that whole arm that works over there to get all of the Taylor Swifts, the Beyoncés, the Stones, the Garth Brooks, and they got more coming too. I mean, they got a lot, they have this. I had to ask my daughter, what's the name of this guy? I want to say he's from Colombia or something. He's South American. He's like a rap hip hop guy, and I don't know who it is. And I said, "Who the heck is this dude?" Something Q, right?
Chris, is it Bad Bunny? That's Puerto Rico. Chris, this is your area to jump in here.
You said something with a Q?
Yeah, something with a Q, like Kel
look
Q or something. And I'm like, this dude can sell out Mercedes-Benz Stadium, but apparently he's huge.
Day, you want to take a stab at this?
No, I mean he's huge south of the border somewhere.
Okay,
so huge they can sell 75,000 tickets. And I was like, okay, I'm totally out of the loop.
I remember I was working in Miami and Luis Miguel was playing. I'm like, who the hell's Luis Miguel? But again, it's not, if you don't know, you don't know.
You don't know.
But again, Beyonce put on a hell of a show and it was bananas. And apparently the city, hotel people, restaurants all made some good loot down there. So good job. Talked to my buddy at Meehan's. They said it was packed too, before and after downtown. All right, man. The traffic, the only problem was the traffic. Getting out. Juniper was a blank show. Turned into Cortland last night because everybody was trying to find their way in. Are we done with the president's thing down at the courthouse, by the way? Staying in my lane. No problems with the Falcons game on Friday, right? Okay, just want to get down there. Well, it's never that bad a traffic jam because it's preseason. But,
Yeah, but there might
don't
be.
want to deal with any of that.
That's a really, but stop for a second. That's a really good point. How big a crowd are they going to draw for the debut of Bijan, whatever.
Right.
And this team and the hype around this team, which is deserved,
right,
for a one-off against, if Joe Burrow were playing, forget about it. This might be the most intrigue we've had in a preseason game in a long, long, long time.
Yeah, I got to be honest. I haven't been, and then it was COVID. I've been to a Falcons preseason game, and I got season tickets. I usually give them to somebody.
Sure.
Because I'm not going to try to sell somebody in my seat. But, yeah, this is one where me and Johnny Plops are going to go down there. I'm looking for, we'll see down there in 342 because I want to see these guys. And knowing that at least we think we're going to get them for a half,
right,
at least for more than 3 or 4 series, that's
right,
great. And I think, what do you think? Put a number on it. We usually get, yes, technically it's sold out because you have to have a PSL to have the seats.
30,000 usually.
Yeah, I think we sniff over 40,000 people with their butts in the seats.
Yeah, right.
And this is going to be a fun year. Hey, Joel Embiid made some small but noticeable changes to his social media account. Now, Chris is the expert, our producer on this. This used to be something we'd laugh at, but now when you see people monkeying around with their social media, sometimes it is sort of an indication something's afoot. James Harden has his basketball camp, gathers all the campers around, and basically calls his general manager a liar,
right,
and he'll never play
not
for him
basically.
again.
He called him a liar. It wasn't that basic about it.
So the Sixers, according to Woj, have ended trade talks on Harden. They plan to bring him back. In a video, Shams Charania basically said, put out the video that I just mentioned about Harden, accused him as a liar. Well, according to IP, sister station in Philly, Embiid removed some things from his Twitter bio, like processing and the location of Philadelphia. Sixers NFT has been removed. Philadelphia has been removed. Process, as in trust the process, been removed. What should we make of this internet expert, Chris Turtle?
He wants out. Or is very frustrated at the organization for the way that they've handled bringing him in a Robin.
Yeah, because the Ben Simmons thing ran its course. Where Harden goes, the misery flows. He's going to pop. He's going to give you some points,
and he's going to blow it in the playoffs.
And again, he's going to go to Springfield. He'll be in. We just had the Basketball Hall of Fame last weekend, but Carl from his time in Houston, just no, like it is what it is. Harden it's a one-way street. That's all he is. He's a one-way street. And let's be honest, aside from one pass breakup in the bubble, the guys have played a lick of defense his entire life.
Right.
And he's just an awful teammate. So good luck with that. And then, by the way, since you and I haven't worked together in a while, just real quick, I have zero interest in this NBA in-season tournament. It seems like the most convoluted thing in a million years. If you can't go toe-to-toe with the NFL, start your season after the NFL. What do you make of this? The idea you're going to have this single elimination tournament, and we're going to have the tournament champion, which who gives a flip? The playoffs are in May and June.
Well, I'll just tell you that when it comes to Major League Soccer, I couldn't care less about the U.S. Open Cup, the Campeones Cup, the this cup, the that cup. I only care about the MLS Cup.
Right.
If I'm, as much as I love winning the NL East, I really don't care about winning the NL East. I only care about winning the World Series.
That's it. I'm the same way.
I mean, so
no, I
couldn't care less about the in-season tournament of the of the basketball now.
All right, man. I've got a Florida woman story. I got time for this day? Okay. Usually they're Florida man stories, but I think you're going to kick out of this one. A blood-smudged Florida woman suspected of murder, talking to the police when they walk up to this woman in Daytona Beach outside the house that she's living in. Mm-hmm. She has a hammer in one hand and a large machete in another. She sees the cops and drops both the items. The police begin to question her. She then says she has to go inside and feed her spider. Her pet spider.
Okay.
So this has started off nicely.
Yes.
Firefighters are called to a house on Clark Street in Daytona. It was apparently on fire at 1:46 in the morning. After they put the flames out, the woman comes out of the house. Apparently, she allegedly killed the landlord of the place. Poor guy's 79 years old. He's kaput. 2 hours later, police say they spot her barefoot with the aforementioned items outside a Crystal in the Holly Hill neighborhood of Daytona. Because after you knock off the landlord, you want to go get a sack full.
Well, I just kept thinking, if you've got a machete, then all you got to do is call Cheech Marin with a shotgun, you're good.
That's right. So Daytona police, they take her into custody. They bring her back to the house. They give her the Miranda rights. They ask her about the weapons. She became upset, asked for a lawyer. Then she goes, can I just finish my Mountain Dew? Apparently she had a Mountain Dew in her hand.
I got to finish my Mountain Dew.
This is where it gets interesting.
Oh, no, it isn't interesting yet.
Before the police put the cuffs on her, she takes the lid off her Mountain Dew and pours it all over herself.
Did she try to light it on fire?
She must have read, I guess, maybe in Florida Meth Monthly, that if you are a murder suspect, you could potentially use Mountain Dew to perhaps taint the evidence.
God.
I'm just saying. A recent study from NC State indicates that sucralose, a common artificial sweetener, also known as Splenda, and found in Diet Mountain Dew, it was a Diet Mountain Dew, I apologize, and other sodas, can break down the genetic material that makes up DNA. So the mugshot of the woman, she's got a neck tattoo.
Wait.
She looks like a winner.
Splenda can break down the genetic material that makes up DNA? What am I drinking?
NC State. Well, again, we know what happens when you pour. In the old days, you pour a soda pop on your car and watch it destroy the paint.
Well, that was because the paint sucked.
Well, no, that's because that stuff just burns up your inside, some would say. But yeah, researchers found that the sweetener could put people at risk for disease and wear down the linings of their intestines. It's unclear if dousing oneself in soda would actually eliminate forensic evidence when the cops have already seen you carrying the alleged murder weapons covered in blood.
Did you have Ozium in the day? Did you have Ozium?
I did. What's Ozium?
Okay, see, all right. That's all you had to say. If you don't know what Ozium is.
Well, tell me. We got a minute. What is it?
It's what we would use to mask the smell of a wacky weed.
Like the spray you'd have in the bathroom as a kid.
But it'd
just be like in the old days, be cologne
but Ozium was different.
Or Lysol.
I mean, but Ozium's different. It's far more powerful. It's got a different smell.
Okay, so what does it smell like? Is that like a flowery smell?
No, not a flowery smell.
So 2 weeks ago, John Fricke was talking about cocaine at CNN. Now he's telling you kids, if you're going to fire one up, how to let mom and dad not know you're blazing in the bathroom.
No, because then you smell like Ozium, and they go, okay, you're trying to mask this with Ozium. Because it's a unique smell.
Now, there's some consumer news you can use. That's Guy Talk. We'll come back. We do have a Falcon defensive player on the IR.
What the hell? Did you fall into a fat? Okay.
I was going to say, but Ozium is new to me. But thanks. See, you learn something every day, whether you like it or not, on this program. Falcon Report next.
It's 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock on the most listened to sports talk show for your ride home.
What? It is time for
the Falcons Report.
Guns it. Caught. Touchdown Atlanta in the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. You shall not pass.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report.
Oh, my heavens.
On Dukes and Bell.
We are Dukes and Bell, 3 minutes behind schedule because John Fricke had to tell you how to dissipate marijuana odors in your home.
Yeah, it's my fault.
It's Dukes and Bell into hour number 4. We got Grant McCauley coming up on the Braves' beatdown of the Yankees last night. Total defeat. It was a lot of fun. And we got some roster moves with the Bravos. We'll get to all that. And coming up as part of our Strong Arm story, Fricke's asking the big question. And I like it. John came up with a topic today, and he's going to explain it. What's the ceiling? What's the floor? John's going to dive into that coming up. So it's a big, meaty 5 o'clock hour, which we start with a big, hearty,
hey, man.
Right on, brother. And Falcons, unfortunately, some bad news for Ogundeji, who is apparently going on the IR. This is a dude that we were talking about, young rookies or second and third year players getting a chance to pop. Ogundeji apparently is going to be out, looks like, with a foot ankle injury, goes on the IR. And Adi's a good dude. We've had him on the show a couple times, but it's part of the. Now, again, we've got tons of depth, John, as you pointed out yesterday, more depth on defensive line and linebacker than we've had in like 6 or 7 years. But that's still hurt.
You know, I don't know. This is the most depth I've seen on defense, longer than that.
Right.
So it's been a long time. And yeah, I mean, it's not good news that Adi Ogundeji, but you're going to get bumps and bruises, and it doesn't sound like it's anything long term. And maybe you'll be able to get him back. And Adi, to his, I mean, I like Adi too, but I got to be honest, he hadn't lived up to what I would hoped he would be when he came out of Notre Dame. He's got to be better. So.
Having a decent, Chris, a fifth rounder. Correct me if I'm wrong. He was a 5th round pick, I want to say, for Oki, but Ogundeji. But he has been, to John's point, not exactly popping off coming off the screen if you're watching on TV or in person. So. Yeah, we wish him well with the new IR rules that came out the last couple of years. It's not season ending. They have that short term with 5th round. I was right. Yeah, so 5th round pick out of Notre Dame. Athletic, everything you'd look for at that position. But again, hope he comes through fast. We've talked about the 2nd round guys. Mentioned Ebiketie. It's a small sample size from what he did in the Dolphins preseason game. But if you've been watching at camp, everybody's better, John. The adage, the rising tide raising all the ships. Everybody's better because the level of play is better across the board on that D-line. You talked about it earlier with Grady. I know you think that you think Bud Dupree's going to have a better year after having a couple of years with some injuries.
He seems happy. He's talking. He's yakking, and this is a guy. There's a couple of guys on this team that I really wanted on this team prior to now, who are veterans who are coming over. In Jonnu Smith and Bud Dupree, obviously ties to Tennessee and Arthur Smith on both of those, and. I wanted Bud Dupree when he was in the draft. I wanted Jonnu Smith when he became a free agent before he went to New England. And so I'm happy that they're both here because I think their veteran presence, I'm going to be really interested. If Bud Dupree is lining up next to Grady Jarrett,
right?
I think on the left side of the defensive line, now you got Ebiketie right behind him. So that tandem of Dupree and Ebiketie, I think has a chance with Grady to really wreak havoc because, again, Onyemata is going to eat so much space in there. I can't tell you how much I think people are really going to end up loving David Onyemata because he's a two guy. He's going to command a double team.
Yeah, that's why we talked about. I'm going to go with Caden Ellis to get the sacks this year as far as he'll be the individual team leader. But this might be one of those years where Grady can bust out like the Kool-Aid man because, to your point, you may have 2 sets of linemen trying to work out on Onyemata. It's a good point. The other thing on the defensive line, we mentioned this last week, Zach Harrison starting to pop. Mm-hmm. He had a big day down there in Miami. Right. Calais Campbell, now, again, over-under, I think Carl said it at 25, maybe plays, maybe more. That'd be great if he can. This could be his last season, most likely. But we're paying him some good loot, so let's get something out of him. And then you get into Lorenzo Carter. And what, he's listed now. The depth chart's a little sketchy, but Lorenzo Carter's just kind of a dude. John, he looks like he's carved out of wood, that he would be the prototypical dude,
right?
And he just hasn't really popped. That's part of the reason why the Giants, let him walk.
Yeah, but he was okay. I mean, look, Carter had some nice plays. He had some value. But again, every rising boat, rise tide lifts all boats kind of thing. He doesn't have to carry as much weight this year. And then, it'll be really interesting to see. I think we're starting to see the beginning of Arnold Ebiketie. We saw that, I think at one point last year, he led all rookies in pressures in the NFL, if I believe so. Right. And then you started to see flashes of D'Angelo Malone. He's behind Low Carter on that side of the ball. And so I think with guys like Malone and Ebiketie, and now we'll see if Zach Harrison, Timmy Horn, I mean, we go down to Taquan Graham. All these guys are second string guys. They're listed. Yeah, I mean, they're rotational. second string is a relative term, right?
Right.
But when you get into the Jalen Hawkins and now Clark Phillips and we mentioned Darren Hall, so I mean, there's depth on this defense that is going to create not just depth, but the other part of this is competition. And so when they get out there Friday night, there's going to be a lot of guys trying to show a lot of stuff because they want to be able to get PT when we're going moving forward, especially against Carolina.
And then, D'Angelo Malone out of Western Kentucky, another local product, which the Falcons drafted. Maybe this gives a chance for him to get some more reps and more minutes because technically he would be the fourth guy behind Bud Dupree, behind Ebiketie. By the way, had a funny tweet. I just talked about a guy whose season could be over. Hell yeah, Falcons. It was Mike, you just called that man Okie Dokie DJ. Sorry about that. Audio and DJ's on the IR, so give the man put some respect on it.
Isn't Frank Ginda a really kind of interesting prospect? USFL Defensive Player of the Year, right? I mean, comes in as a linebacker. Probably not going to make the 53, but it'd be on the practice squad because, he's already played a full USFL season. But
what's that mean?
Well, I'm just saying that, he hasn't not stopped playing football,
Okay.
for the last 3 months or so. And, but he comes in, he makes practice squad, sticks with the practice because he will, I think. And then he becomes kind of an interesting piece in terms of depth, especially at the inside linebacking spot. If you're the USFL's Defensive Player of the Year, you can play the game. It doesn't. I'm not saying it translates to being an All-Pro at the NFL level.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying you can play the game.
Well, he's going to get his crack. From the Michigan Panthers to us, he bounced around the league. He's done a bit of both from the NFL practice squads before. Look, sometimes it catches and you get some traction. We'll see. Hey, man, Bijan Robinson was talking to the media, and a couple of things came up. Now, John and I were discussing earlier, and it's a big show. And by the way, catch us on YouTube, catch us on Twitch. Talking to Whispers today. I know Falcon Monday was huge. He said our TV numbers were down, John. I blame you. But anyway, get on it and watch us on YouTube.
Wait. Hang on. You blame the part-time guy filling in?
Yes, it's the easy way to do it, isn't it? It's a standard in the business, isn't it? I mean, it's got to be your fault. It's not my content. Either way, watch us on Twitch and watch us on YouTube because Whisper says the numbers are a little bit lower than yesterday. But a Falcon Monday always tries. Johnny, I'm messing with you.
I know you are.
And now Bijan.
Not very well, but okay.
Oh, geez. Here we go. The running back rotation. What's it going to look like? Here's what Bijan has to say.
I'm still a young guy. I just got in the league, and I want to. As much as I want to say, I really don't know how to say it because I'm so focused on how I need to help this team and how I need to, do what I have to do. But I would say for me, it's just super early because, in my draft process, that was another big talk on, where should you take running backs, how high, how this, how that. And I just try to stay out of it because I know that, there's so many opinions out there. And, hopefully, it can be a change one day. But for me, I'm just trying to stay where my feet are and understand that maybe one day we can be the change in that, but for right now we're just trying to stay focused and what I got to do.
Yeah, man, the running back issue. A lot of Falcon fans some wanted Jalen Carter, and as we said, we touched on it yesterday, John. Doesn't have to be one's going to stink and one's going to be Pro Bowl. They can both be Pro Bowlers and both be great for both franchises. But because the running back debate. And how do you, we'll worry about that in 5 years. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, right? How we're going to pick up. How do you see the rotation working, though? I mean, is he going to have more catches and runs, or is he still going to be?
No. He's still primarily going to be a running back. I think you've got enough guys to catch the ball. He becomes an option on a wheel route or, on a bubble screen. But, when you've got Cordero Patterson out there, you got to get him involved in the game. This running back group, we talked a lot about Bijan because we're all excited to see him on Friday night. Let's not forget that Tyler Algier comes in as a true rook last year.
Right.
Plays 16, not 17 games. He didn't play in the first game. Wasn't even suited for the first game of the year. Still runs for over 1,000 yards on a team that had the noodle arm quitter at quarterback. And nobody had to respect it. They were sneaking safeties into the box. They were sneaking, assistant coaches into the box. I mean, there's nobody beyond 8 yards from the line of scrimmage. And that dude's still running for 1,000 yards. Now you spread the field out. You send the trees out there. You send Jonnu and Kyle and Matt Collins and Drake London, they start flying down the field, and all of a sudden those safeties are picking up at Holland. Suddenly here comes Tyler Algier between the crack, and he's going to break a couple. They're different running backs. I really like they're not thunder and lightning because that's not fair. They're slightly different running backs. Bijan's more of an open field, kind of broken field kind of guy, and Tyler's just going to shred tackles and run between you. So I really like what the Falcons have.
And again, maybe Cordero Patterson gets spread out wide. I mean, look, the good news is you're not going to have to be worried about, most good teams, for every one of those, guys like a Derrick Henry, most teams are kind of doing it by a committee. The Chiefs kind of got multiple guys that can do it. We've talked about, now the Jets are going to have 2 great running backs. Talk about nice problems to have. First world problems is they go get Dalvin Cook. But in this case, yeah, he can still run between the tackles. As you pointed out, he did it down there in Texas. But this guy, if you were at practice, you saw what an amazing catcher and route runner this guy is. And we looked it up earlier. Only 60 catches in his time with for whatever reason, down there in Austin.
Well, they just didn't throw to the running backs. That wasn't what they were about.
Right. But he can do it, and he's done it already, and you're going to see it on Friday. We were kicking around earlier. What kind of crowd are we going to see? I think this might be one of the better. Look, I know preseason football is not compelling for a lot of our audience. I think there's going to be a hell of a crowd.
Yeah, well, it's
Friday.
a debut for how many different guys?
Right.
I mean, Calais Campbell 1, Bud Dupree 2, Onyemata 3, Caden Ellis 4. We're just talking starters here. We're talking Jesse Bates 5, Jeff Aguda 6, Bijan 7, Desmond sort of kind of, for some people I haven't seen him, we almost count him as 8, Matthew Bergeron 9, Matt Collins 10. That's 10 new starters.
And
10.
Day, your thoughts?
It's a Friday, nothing else to do. Get your weekend started.
Well, I mean, there's a Braves game.
Well, yeah.
Well, we know they got things in the bag.
I think we got this under control.
Right.
By the way, Ritter talking about getting some contact. He's looking forward to it. I mean, you heard the comments of Patrick Mahomes about, there's just a kind of a rhythm of getting into the season. So, yeah, man, that's cool. We're ready to go. Arthur Smith talking about, the offensive line, the depth showing out, where the guy that wasn't really projected to be the center has actually had some reps and is doing a good job in New Zealand. So, and it's a pretty funny. Check out Joe Patrick's Twitter. He interacted with Arthur today. It's kind of funny. He was doing an interview with him, and Arthur rolls up on him, is basically taping him with his phone. So check it out. Nobody's got the Falcons covered like your flagship. Pregame starts at 5:30, by the way, on Friday. Going to be a lot of fun. Looking forward. Yeah, I mean, actually going to go to a Falcons preseason game. Looking forward to it, man. We'll come back. John's got questions, and we're going to give John he gets the floor, and then we're going to open things up for you guys. And the phone number is 404-726-0929. The question John's going to present, and he's going to give you his take. What's the ceiling for this team? Then conversely, if things don't go right, what's the floor? It's coming up as part of our Stroganoff story next.
So this is a controversy that I think may have to spill over into our last call tonight. Nick Castellanos has really caused a stir by something that he declared, and I strongly disagree with his statement.
Realize Scooby-Doo is a superhero. Can you kind of explain his superhero lore?
I mean, well, first off, he's a dog, right? And he can talk.
Fair enough. Okay.
And he solves mysteries. So I think that a dog that can talk and helps people by solving mysteries, I think is a superhero.
Checks off all the superhero boxes, has special skills, and he helps people.
Correct.
Who's he talking about?
Scooby-Doo is not, and I repeat, not a superhero.
No. Yeah, it sounds cool, but he's not a superhero. How could he even go down that road? Raggy? Scooby Snacks? How did he even get there?
Like Zoink Scoob. I mean, come on. Batman, Superman.
Yeah. You know what I just watched?
Yeah, no man. I'm with you.
Scooby freaking Doo.
All right, it's pretty easy. And one of our buddies says, was Tom and Jerry superheroes too? Listen, I don't know how you define superheroes, but John got on a tangent earlier about this and was like, Mighty Mouse. And all right, here's the question, guys. It's easy. Was Scooby-Doo a superhero? A superhero character? Does Scooby make the list? And how do you define superhero characters? 404-726-0929. John, what you got, man? What you got?
Wile E. Coyote.
Superhero?
Dude never dies. Blows up. Gets shot. Has anvils dropped on him. Falls off cliffs. Dude never dies. Never dies.
All right. Garrett was in here. Garrett, what did you say about Scooby? What were you saying about Scooby-Doo real quick? Garrett is one of our producers.
You're just as likely to find Scooby-Doo as you are Superman.
You believe that?
No.
I don't know. Listen, for me, here's the deal. You say Wile E. Coyote. Don't they have to possess something? X-ray vision, supersonic speed.
Never dying? There's only...
It's like the movie Unbreakable, right?
Well, I mean, how about Dagwood Bumstead?
That might be.
I mean, Duke could eat an 8-foot-high sandwich, never gain an ounce, and stay married to a supermodel with a crap job.
John, you're so far out of pocket on this. The mission statement of a superhero is to save and help people. not try to catch your dinner in the case of Wile E. Coyote, or eat, channel your inner
just
Joey
asking.
Chestnut.
All right, we want to hear from you. 404-726-0929. You just went there. Let's talk to Chris. Chris, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Chris, how do you define a superhero character, man? And does Scooby make the list? Hey, man.
You got to have a superpower, which Scooby-Doo does not have, so I would say no. But have y'all ever noticed in Scooby-Doo that Fred and Daphne always get missing, leaving Thelma, Scooby, and Shaggy together? Was Fred and Daphne having something going on in the Mystery Machine?
Listen, it's something I've always wondered about.
What didn't they have? What was it? What was the TV show they just did? The Velma, right? They did the one about
Fred and Daphne, though. He's right about that. What? Why are you rolling your eyes, Chris? They were always in the van.
That's one of the worst shows ever made. That Velma HBO show.
Oh, I didn't see that. I'm talking about the original Scooby-Doo.
Awful.
Chris, I think you're on to something. Let's talk to Kevin. Kevin, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hey, man, what defines a superhero character?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
First, he has to have a backbone. And Scooby-Doo jumped into Shaggy's arms at least 3 times in the episode, cowering in fear. So he's not a superhero. He's super funny, but he's not a superhero.
I agree with you. And the thing, too, is, like, I'm thinking about all the superheroes that I love, and there was something that they did that was special. Scooby doesn't do anything. Why are you looking at me like that for?
I didn't argue. I said, I didn't think he was a superhero.
Scooby doesn't do anything.
Wile E. Coyote is a superhero.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
Oh, my goodness.
That's a superpower to never die. To never, ever die.
Who exactly is Wile E. Coyote
He gets
trying
killed
to help or save?
He's like Kenny is a superhero.
You know what?
Kenny dies every episode and never seems to die.
You know what Scooby did? Scooby's superpower was running. He ran every time there was trouble. That was Scooby's superpower.
And indulging in certain activities with his buddy Shaggy.
Oh, that's true, too. Let's talk to Nick. Nick, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hey, man.
Hey, Scooby is not a superhero, and I mean, I think Wile E. Coyote is even worse candidate, but I would say also Scooby does not have advanced technology helping him out. He wasn't possessed by, like, superhuman biology.
Right.
Or non-human biology. And, like, if you're going to, like, do the argument of, oh, he's a talking dog, then I'm going to put Goofy in there, too. And he doesn't have any powers.
Goofy had no powers. And I heard that somebody said that earlier. They were like, well, Scooby could talk to another person. Oh, it was you, Garrett, who said he could talk to another person on the side of the road.
You could.
You didn't know what the hell Scooby was talking
We
about.
could ask our friend Willie P. about Goofy because apparently they're tight.
Mickey and Goofy. Yeah, I got you.
Let's talk to Chief. Chief! Hey, man. What's going on?
What's happening, Chief? I'm a little hype on this situation right here because Scooby's no way Scooby's a superhero. I mean, you know what's a superhero? I got two people. First of all, Popeye's a superhero. Popeye eats his spinach because he's strong to the finish. I'm telling you, that's a superhero. And Super Chicken.
Super Chicken. Popeye? Popeye superhero?
Way more than Wile E. Coyote is.
Popeye ate that spinach and he had them 24s.
Yeah, right.
He was trying to save
olive oil.
Olive oil.
Right.
Okay.
Wile E. Coyote trying to eat the Roadrunner.
Yes.
Okay, you talk about saving. That gets us back to Tom and Jerry, right? Tom and Jerry were saving each other, right?
No.
Huh?
You, sir, couldn't be further from the truth.
No?
Tom was always trying to catch Jerry to eat
but he
him.
never could.
Okay,
Because Jerry wasn't Mighty Mouse.
Because what?
Jerry wasn't Mighty Mouse. Mighty Mouse is
Mighty Mouse is a superhero.
Right.
Mighty Mouse is a superhero.
Underdog superhero.
Yeah, superhero. Okay, we got to grab Swede on here. Swede! Hey, man.
Hey, man. First of all, Fricky wears a fanny pack. I'm convinced of that.
Yes.
No. The flowers. I would wear your flower shirt though. It looks good on you.
Gee, thank you so much. A superhero is somebody that achieves the unexpected feat.
Right.
Jumping over a building with
Never
a super, in a bound, cinder bound, a Mighty Mouse. You don't expect a mouse to be flying like that.
All right.
That's
Okay.
my thought. But I think Freaky still wears a fanny pack. Love you guys.
Appreciate it.
I don't know. I mean, I'm backing off the shirt. It's a little loud.
The Strong Arm Story of the Day is brought to you by John Foyd Associates Personal Injury Law.
Yeah, man, the Falcons are slowly but surely getting some juice nationally after they started down in Miami. We talked to and we gave you some of the sound bites of some of the guys, what they saw. But we joked around earlier about maybe we keep this under the radar with Tyler Sullivan from CBS, who's also a fan of the Falcons. John, you were talking earlier today off the air, so let's put this on the air and let's talk about what is the ceiling for this team? It is year 3 under Arthur Smith. 2 years of 7 and 10. Don't have to remind the listeners. Now we got all the cap space. We got depth. We've had some injuries. Just lost Adi Okundeji, so as part of the linebacker corps, but we've got depth everywhere. So with all due respect to Adi, there's other dudes. What do you think the ceiling is for the squad?
Well, that is a big question. As a matter of fact, you want to weigh in at 404-726-0929, you can. Now, when we talk about floors and ceilings, I don't really care what the floor is because we'll get a swamper in here who says, your floors will be no wind. All right, so, okay. So I just want to know what the ceiling is for the Atlanta Falcons because I said, 10 wins, and I might bet the over, and people went, oh, you can't believe you went to that. I'm starting to get to a point where I think here's my answer, and I want to ask. I'm going to ask our guys. I'm going to ask you, Mike. I'm going to ask Day Day, and I'm going to ask Turtle. What is the ceiling as you see it now for this year's Atlanta Falcons team? I'll give you my answer first. I think there is no ceiling. I think there's no ceiling for the Atlanta Falcons. None. Because I can't put my finger on exactly what that ceiling is. Now, I am asking you for your help as well. Mike, what is the ceiling for the Atlanta Falcons this year?
I'm going to say I'll be a little more pragmatic. I'll go 11 wins. I think we're going to win 10. I think we're going to win 11. I think we're going to win this division.
All right, so and maybe make it into the divisional round. All right, I got you. So, Day-Day, you want me to go over here? Okay.
Chris,
Turtle?
John, I think your Kool-Aid is showing a little bit.
That's fine. Fair enough.
I'm going to go, the ceiling is 12 wins. 12.
Right. And by the way, I got these guys at 80-1. So I'm looking at 8 large. So I'm hard. I mean, what you're saying, I'm buying that. Yes, sir.
All right. So
I need that. I would love that.
No, I'm asking for your help here.
Honestly, I think 10. I think we're 10 and 7.
I'm asking a question I can't answer here because I look around and I go, okay, I see the Philadelphia. I see you, Philadelphia Eagles. Okay, you're the favorites. I get it. I mean,
but the NFC has got less talent than the AFC.
Exactly. And I look around the league and I gotta go, well, compare us to some other teams that are supposed to be the really, big, the Dallas Cowboys. Am I afraid as a Falcons fan of the Dallas Cowboys? The answer is hell no. I'm not afraid of the Dallas Cowboys.
No, there's no clutch. There's no clutch right now in that organization. Dak Prescott, he was a turnover machine. I know that they got Zach Martin in. He did sign his deal. Did a 2-year deal, by the way, a little surprising. So their offensive line is in shape. And McCarthy was about as compelling a hire as it's an uncompelling hire, if we're honest. There's just nothing going on there.
You know what? There's a reason they got rid of him. I mean, you have a Super Bowl and all. Hey, Daddy, do you have an answer on this real quick?
I'm kind of in line with you. I think a 10 and 7. I think they can get into the playoffs. I'm really excited about the defense, and after seeing what they did this past weekend, that excitement really just kind of turned up a little bit.
Pants are sleeping, and what Day-Day's talking about, this team's going to rise and fall on that defense. And if this defense and Ryan Nielsen turns this up, I'm not sure what the ceiling of this team is. That's why I'm asking you, because I don't want to go too far here and say the only team in the NFC, San Francisco, they came in last year. They were all beat up, John. I know they were, but we were still us. And we kicked a living crap out of them.
Thing. Last year has no bearing on this whatsoever.
I know. I'm just saying.
I'm saying to listeners.
I'm with you.
So here's the deal. Last year, forget it. Flush it. This year, if you go back and you take it all the way back to 2016, the business model was we're going to score a lot of points, and then you guys got to play catch-up. We get you over maybe one score or more down, pin our ears back, and we get after the quarterback. This team's built differently than the Shanahan team. He did want to run the ball. We want to run the ball. I think I'm with John. I think this defense is going to be a lot better than the 16 defense, which was a really hell of a year for this team. It was a sum of its parts, but this thing I think is built from the ground up, and I think the rookies are going to, the second-year guys, the important ones, Tyler, and certainly I think if you go back to what was with Getty, those guys popping. I think Tyler Anderson will be huge.
Well, Calais Campbell came in and said, I look around the league and I could have gone to multiple places. I chose here.
Right. And no, look, we also gave him more money.
That he chose here.
I know, but we gave him more money. Let's see what the callers have to say. We'll start with Big James on the west side. Hey, man, what do you think the ceiling is for this squad?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Well, the ceiling, I got to go 11 wins.
I like it. And what's going to be the strong suit for this squad? What's going to make it tick?
Just like David said, the defense. Shoot, that's going to keep us in every game, I feel like. I feel like we're going to be in every game with that.
Big James, you and I talked many times about this. Is it fair, right? Is it fair to say that you could put a number on it? You can say, okay, maybe 11 wins, NFC South champions, divisional round. That's the ceiling for this team. But if that's my problem with this is, if that's the ceiling for this team, then I think there's no ceiling.
So the ceiling is the roof?
I think we are capped. I think we're capped offensively. That's why I think our ceiling is.
That's fair.
All right. Appreciate that, big man. So he's down for 11. Michael Jordan, I think, is feeling what you're putting down, John, if we're talking about the ceiling.
Is the roof, is the roof, is the roof.
Blow the roof off this sucker, I mean, a little Parliament Funkadelic. Let's go full Parliament, blow the roof off this sucker.
I love Michael Jordan, but when he said the ceiling is the roof, it made me laugh out loud. Hey, man, we got Norris in Brazelton because our antenna is big. Hey, man, what you got for the Falcons this year, man? What's the ceiling?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
So I agree with you, Mike. 11 wins is the ceiling for me. And I'll tell you right now, I think the defense is going to be a huge, huge part in what happens for us this year. But don't rest on Desmond. I don't hear enough praise about him, but I'm going to be honest with you, man. He carries a fire that I don't hear enough people talk about. And you can see it in his eyes. You can see he wants it bad.
And, brother, I think the teammates get it, and everybody's talking about the things he's doing. And as I said yesterday, said it to John to start the show, Arthur Smith is banking on this guy. And this is Arthur's job as a head coach. If he's banking on a guy who can't get the job done, then he's not going to have a job after next year. So he believes in him, and he certainly saw some good things in Miami. And I think the national media doesn't have any idea what Ritter is, and that's why they're so lukewarm on us offensively and individually as far as fantasy and other things.
Look, again, I saw some good things at the end of last year. I mean, third down conversion throws, fourth down conversion throws, doing it with, less than what he has now because he didn't have Bijan, he didn't have Jonnu, he didn't have Kyle Pitts, he didn't have all these things. Now he's got all these things at his disposal. So, yeah.
Hey, man, we got Charles, Big Chucks, and SWAT. What you got? Hey, man.
Yes, I'd like to ask y'all a question. I'm going to put down $1,000 this year. Can y'all tell me where I could put that money down? And I will say the Falcons will be in the Super Bowl.
Ooh.
So where can I put this down at?
What's the nearest? You know what, Charles? Get in your car, drive up to the Tennessee state line, cross the Tennessee state line.
Harris has a sports book at Cherokee.
Okay, you can go there. But Tennessee has legalized.
We're not telling you how to spend your money. This is purely for entertainment purposes. John, back to you.
No, the man wants to make coin.
But honestly,
you just bellyached about not winning $19,000.
Yes, I know, but
I didn't tell how to play it.
I put it down. They're at 80 to 1. So you put $1,000 down, you got $80,000.
Right.
I mean, think about that. I've got I put down 100. Okay, I'm looking at 8,000. So I mean, that's a pretty good bet. But if you want to put $1,000 down, we're not telling you how to spend your money, but you would have to go up the nearest because we don't have it in the infinite wisdom of our state legislature to have brick and mortar casino, let alone an app on your phone. It was so cool. If you can now, the problem is if you go down to Florida, you got to have a residence. If you got a place in Florida, otherwise, I'm trying to use the MGM app when I was down in Florida earlier this year. It's tough because you've got to be able to prove you got a spot because they GPS track. You can't use some of these apps even if you are in the state. You've got to you got to reside in that state to use.
So then
the
you got to go to a brick and mortar.
Correctamundo. Learned that the hard way last time I was down there. Or unless you got a friend who's going to let you give your buddy the loot and he places the bet for you, like my boy Trustee, who's got the app from Louisiana. Either way, I'm with it. Look, I put $100 down every year. I put $100 down. Some years I go a little heavier this year. I lowballed it. But I tell you what, if we're let's fighting for this division, I'm going to be out in Vegas in November. I'm just curious to see what the odds are going to be. See, right now we're anywhere from 65 to 75 to 1. What are the odds going to be the week before Thanksgiving? I'm going to be out there for Formula One. What do you think the odds on? Because that'll be the indicator.
In first place, it'll be about 10 or 12.
Exactly, maybe 15. But yeah, I'm with you. I just think it's good to hear some positivity about this team from some of the audience. And look, as we said, we told you guys earlier this year it was going to be a different season. We got time for one more? Because we did get our house in order. Those years of maybe it didn't resonate, John, with the fan base, but those years of cap hell, that's why you got guys on one-year contracts and practice squad guys. Now you've got dudes. We got Patrick in Eastlake. Hey, Patrick, man. Hey, man, what do you think about the ceiling for the Falcons?
What's up, gentlemen? First of all, hey, man.
Hey, man.
I got to say, I'm excited. I was a season ticket holder for years with my dad and my brother, and when Mike Vick was the quarterback. Haven't been in a while just due to finances, but man, I haven't been this excited about a season in 10, 15 years. I loved Matt Ryan. I loved what they did in his tenure, but I got to tell you, man, this is the first time I've ever seen a Falcons team with depth and experience. Even these young guys bringing something to the table. I'm excited, man. I'm going with 12 wins, gentlemen.
All right, man.
Yeah, appreciate it.
John's laying it out there, man. Look, I'm going to say 10 just because I know that we look at the schedule and it's the easiest schedule by virtue of our record.
I think they're going to win 10, but I think the ceiling for them is above 10.
Oh, yeah, no.
The ceiling is the roof.
Yeah.
Thank you, MJ.
And we're going to blow the roof off this sucker. No, look, I'm telling you, I don't sit around here. I mean, week 15, right? Week 15, and somebody's going to be looking around and go, oh, my God, them Falcons is hell. Yeah.
Could come down. I still think that last couple of those games, those last 5 games, we got 2 in the last 4 with the Saints, and that's probably for the division. If they're as good as a lot of people think. Now, they're more refined and defined because of Derek Carr and what they've been the last few years, where we're the unknown,
and Alvin
quantity.
Kamara,
Right, exactly.
Yeah, Michael Thomas. They have more veterans, right?
But that's why we don't get the juice just yet. But we're going to surprise some people. Hey, man, we are kicking the Yankees' butts. Kick the Mets' butts. We run New York. Going to talk to Grant McCauley about what's going down tonight. And little Nicky going to be back there at second base. All roster moves, too, including maybe we're going to have a platoon in the short term at second. We'll get all the answers from Grant coming up next.
to more Dukes and Bell.
How's everybody feeling? On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game. In the air, right field, hit well, and this one is up and out. It's time for Around the Yard with your 2021 World Series champion Atlanta Braves. On Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
First, they destroy the Mets. Then they crush the will of the Yankees. Last place Yankees. That just rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? Last place Yankees. Hey, man. Our man, Grant McCauley, getting us ready for the Bravos. First things first, what do you think of Max Fried? A lot of hits, but still obviously in control last night, G.
Yeah, I thought he was able to kind of work through the first couple of innings and start to kind of settle in. Not as many swings and misses as the night got started, but I thought he kind of started to find things. Fastball command was a little bit spotty. I don't think the curveball was right where he wanted it, but he used all 5 pitches, and he was able to, again, give the Braves the innings that they needed, and the offense certainly answered the call as well. So when you put it all together, a pretty good start for Max Fried, and a good step that he was out there to start the 7th. Even if he didn't complete that inning or even record an out, I thought it was good to see that he's been able to get up and down and work himself into the 7th inning as his pitch count continues to rise.
I'm going to read a stat. Stats are what you make of them. I understand that, Grant. But I just found this to be an intriguing one. I know that you know, but for the benefit of the audience here, from ESPN today. Over the 5 games against the Mets and the Yankees, the Braves outscored the 2 New York teams so far, Mike, by a total of 51-13. The 38-run differential is the best 5-game span differential in the history of the Braves since the Milwaukee Braves in 1957, and that team won the that team went on to win the World Series. Grant, these aren't wins. Suddenly we're back to domination.
Yeah, and this is what this Braves offense is, right? I mean, we've seen it beginning in June when they absolutely lit the baseball world on fire and went through that incredible month and went 21-4. They rolled that right into the All-Star break, and then it kind of slowed down in terms of the wins. But the offense really hasn't let off the throttle that much. And I was going back and looking through August. I mean, they've already scored 111 runs this month, which is an average of nearly 8 runs per game. And again, I understand they had a 21-run game against the Mets. You can put that to the side. This is still an offense that's putting up 6 to 7 runs per night. That's going to give you a chance to win a lot of games. And it's interesting you brought up 1957 with that stat. I just got done kind of scrolling through and seeing a picture of Hank Aaron that said the last time a Braves player led the majors in home runs and runs batted in, it was Hank Aaron in 1957. Nice. Matt Olson is currently doing that, and to the point that you made just a moment ago, 1957 was a pretty good year.
Yes, it was for the Bravos, man. Another great start for Nicky Lopez. What a story, Grant. I know we touched on it yesterday. They're going to bring up Vaughn Grissom. Is it going to be a platoon? Snicker's going to go with a hot hand, so Nicky gets to play tonight against the Yankees, looks like.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said for riding the hot hand right now. And with Nicky swinging from the left side as well, he might get a good amount of starts against right-handers, though I wouldn't rule out Vaughn Grissom, depending on matchup, also getting some opportunities. I don't think you necessarily bring him up here just to sit him around, but I also look at, you don't bring Nicky Lopez over to be a guy to step up and then not use him at all either. So it probably will be a bit of a timeshare. I don't think it'll be a strict platoon, but I talked a little bit to Vaughn Grissom earlier as he arrived at the ballpark, and he's just kind of ready for this opportunity, whatever it takes to help out the team, whether that means coming off the bench, playing second, playing short, pinch running, whatever it is. He's ready to do that. And, Brian Snitker also indicated that, they want to find ways to mix Vaughn in, but he has gotten a full, season's worth of minor league at bats. So they don't feel like, unlike if they'd had him up just kind of hanging out in the background all year long, it would have stunted his development. But he really got the opportunity to hit and to hit very well at the AAA level. So I do feel like he's a guy that could help this club out. But Nicky Lopez has also shown in a very short amount of time that he can also be a difference maker, and he's an incredible fielder. So I do think that there are some, pros and not so many cons, but some pros for both players, and they can mix and match and figure this thing out, and hopefully it's the minimum amount of time for Ozzie Albies, though we don't know what the timeline is as of yet.
Grant McCauley joining us, Braves and Yankees tonight. It's Luis Severino and Bryce Elder. So which Bryce Elder, Grant, clue me and help me out here. I'm a fan. You're looking at me saying, John, the Bryce Elder that you're going to see tonight and moving forward is which one?
Well, I think he's a guy that is having to do what all pitchers have to do over the course of the season sometimes, is find answers when things aren't going well. It's always, when things are kind of rolling the way they were from early, I feel like that had to be a groove. And by early, I mean basically the entire first half. And really it was a continuation of what he did in the second half of last year. But For Bryce, I feel like the things that have impressed me the most about him is he's somebody that just continues to grind it out. He's recognizing some things aren't working. But he said after that last start in Pittsburgh, it's not that I'm throwing the ball, poorly. I feel like I'm just kind of a pitch away. And if I can execute a little bit better, I'm going to be able to get out of some of these innings. And so with that in mind and with that, success under his belt from earlier this season, I do feel like he's somebody that can continue to contribute quality starts to the Braves down the stretch. This is a lineup that does have some teeth. Maybe some of these guys aren't having the usual big years, but there are some threats for this Yankees lineup, so it's going to be a good test for him. But I do think he's up to the task of being able to kind of return to form and at least give the Braves the quality starts. That's 6 innings and 3 earned runs or less by definition. You give Atlanta and this offense that kind of start night after night, you are going to pile up some wins.
It is fun watching the Yankees struggle. It was fun watching that guy Ian Hamilton sweating gravy like Ted Stryker in Airplane, Grant, last night. I mean, just real quick, that's the moving ahead. We're used to this weather. Certainly the Braves are. But we should get San Francisco coming in. Is that going to be a factor unless we get some cool down in the next few days?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like this is just kind of a club that, regardless of the conditions or whatever they're facing, they're going to be able to do their thing. But it was a very hot night. And when you look down from up above, they handed out fans, I guess, again, the little paper fans. It was just constant motion all across the outfield, the upper deck, the lower area, the high roller area right behind home plate. It was pretty hot, long story short. So, hopefully it will cool off a little bit just for all of us. But, I wouldn't expect it here in the South to get too cool too soon because we haven't really approached that October, November yet.
Armstead, can we go back in the Delta Club? I'm getting the vapors.
Yeah, it was. But, it's good, though. I mean, because you mentioned earlier, Mike, San Francisco coming in.
Right.
Those weenies, they're not used to anything above 75. So,
right.
I mean, let's put them in the heat and see how they melt and wilt. But everybody melts and wilts against this lineup, too. Michael Harris moving into the second slot here temporarily. Does that stick until Ozzie comes back? And what kind of impact do you think that has on the lineup and on Michael himself?
Yeah, I think it does. I mean, there's really no better candidate to hit second if Ozzie Albies is not available than Michael Harris the second. And I still think long-term, over the course of his career, he's going to find himself in that spot. And, early on, he had to kind of battle through things to get himself rolling. But the last 2 months, I mean, I think he's shown you the value that he can provide. He's been one of the leading hitters in Major League Baseball since early June. Obviously, we like what he does on the base paths if you're watching him from the Braves perspective, and teaming him up with Ronald Acuna Jr., whether that's, Harris was hitting ninth and Acuna first and vice versa with 1 and 2 now. I still think this is a dynamic way to start a game. It puts a lot of pressure on pitchers because both guys can find their way on base. And then you got Austin Riley doing what he's been doing. And obviously we know Matt Olson has been leaving the yard with some regularity and driving in a lot of runs. So I don't really see a lot of let up at the top of this order, even without a hitter as good and as important as Ozzie Albies was, because you have a Michael Harris you can turn to.
I know we talked a lot about Ozuna. I'm Ozuna from the Braves, batting .264 for the month. So is his swoon out of the way? I mean, just looking ahead for the rest of the dog days of summer. So was that all we're going to get? I mean, he's back on track because he's having a hell of a year. And when he's on, this team, to your point, the entire lineup is complete.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at a 12-game hitting streak now for Ozuna, and he's also been drawing his walks. He's cut down on the strikeouts. He's been finding his way on base. It may not be a home run a night or anything like that, but you keep finding your way on. I mean, he kind of sparked that rally for the Braves last night as they started to really pull away in that game with that double down the line. Eddie Rosario looks like he's starting to kind of round into form. And a couple of weeks ago, and I mean, I posted this last night or I tweeted it, wasn't it not long ago that it was ice cold Ozuna and ice cold Eddie Rosario, and maybe you need to go get a left fielder or a DH, and all of a sudden they have returned to form. And this is a dangerous lineup, and those guys are certainly capable of contributing to it. And they've shown in the past and over the course of this season, there are a few big hits in those bats. So hopefully they have worked their way through the doldrums and found themselves hot at the right time for the Braves, because when they're going, you consider that top 4. Then you got Orlando Arcia and whoever you might throw in at the bottom of the order, and of course the catching duo that has a ton of power. This is an incredible lineup.
Grant McCauley is our Braves insider, our baseball expert, host of From the Diamond. And, of course, you can follow him on the Twitter, Grant McCauley, 1C, MCAULEY. And Grant is on with John Fricke and Mike Bell on 92.9 The Game on Dukes and Bell. Grant, I am watching I'm scoreboard watching in the middle of August, and I'm doing it in a different way than I ever have before as an Atlanta Braves fan. I'm not watching the NL East. I'm watching the Baltimore Orioles. I'm watching the LA Dodgers. I'm watching the Texas Rangers. I'm watching the teams immediately behind them in the overall home field standings here, and it is kind of a different way to watch the game.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of these kind of things over the course of the last 3 decades of Braves baseball, where it's possible for Atlanta to certainly have the record in the National League, if not all of baseball. But it's kind of been a minute since the Braves have been in this position, to your point, in the month of August, in that kind of driver's seat. And as we talked about, throughout this call and throughout the course of the summer and all season long, really, with this Braves offense, you just feel like they're never out of a game. I mean, they're even at a 500 clip coming out of the All-Star break for 3-4 weeks. You still never felt like, well, this is a club that was just really in danger of falling off, because they're going to get the pitching right, and I think they have. I think the bullpen has done a nice job of at least holding serve as much as possible, despite the struggles of the rotation. But yeah, I think this offense is kind of what separates the Braves from some of those other teams. Although you do have a powerful Dodgers club, and the Orioles have been a great story all year long, and I don't think you can take anything away from what the Rangers are doing. So with about a quarter of the season left, I mean, those are 4 horses that are going to be really, really galloping toward that finish line, trying to pick up as many wins as possible.
Grant, I know we've asked you this before, but just a couple of guys hit us up on the text line, ask Grant about Soroka, just to reinforce the timeline for Soroka, because obviously they got things right with Fried. He came back, looks great, but everybody's injury is unique. So when do you think we see Wright starting the game?
Yeah, for Wright, I think that it's still going to be a mid-September-ish, whether that's between the 7th and the 14th, or whether it may be, the 14th or a little bit later. It's the good thing is he is now facing live hitters, and that was the next step in his progression. He's gone down to Florida to do that, because, and Brian Snitker kind of joked about this, with things being the way they are, with this 11-game road trip, and with things as hot as it's been here, we just want him to go down there and be able to get work, and us not have to drag guys out there to hit at 2:30 or 3 in the afternoon. So, I think everything's trending in the right direction for him. But when he gets to the minors, 4 starts probably, like Max Fried had, in order to build that pitch count and get back up here. Snit did say yesterday, no plans as of right now to bring him back as a reliever. So they're going to be looking to have Kyle Wright ready to help out this club in rotation, moving down that stretch in September, that final couple of weeks. And if he's throwing the ball well, he was the only guy that picked up a win last October in the Braves NLDS against the Phillies.
Great stuff as always, Grant McCauley, and hopefully we will continue this complete humiliation of the Yankees. And it's just fun. But, hey, man, good job. We'll see where this goes. And the second base situation is going to be fun to watch. All right, man, we got plenty more to dive into, including NFL notes as part of the top 3, because we got the Jets making moves. Fricky thinks they're definitely making moves now to maybe be in that upper echelon in the AFC. And one quarterback is kind of, shocked to find out he's going to be the starting quarterback. We'll explain coming up next. Final hour at Dukes and Bell on a Tuesday. Some thunderstorms are rolling in. Looks like they're out of Metro Atlanta, John.
I don't know. I didn't look at the
earlier.
radar. I mean, my house, it's rained for like 2 solid weeks.
Oh, jeez. I've actually become that guy now. You know, we could use this rain.
Or you could have some of mine.
I've got the Franken yard. I got like 6 different types of grass in the backyard. Thunderstorms still rolling through parts of North Georgia, so be careful out there. Hey, real quick, put a poll question up at Mike Bell ATL. John retweeted it, and Chris did it at Dukes and Bell 929. I'm just curious. We had what looked to be the best crowd on a Saturday at Flowery Branch about 2 weeks ago than we've had since Mike Vick was quarterback. I haven't seen that many people on the hill and watching practice. You know, you got to go back to the mid-2000s. So will that translate to more fannies in the seats for some preseason? So I put the question up there, John. Normally I would give the ticks away, but I'm stoked to see Ritter and Bijan rebuild D. Who's going to the game Friday night? 37% say, see you there. 62.5 say, nah, still preseason. And look, we get it.
Yeah, I understand.
It is, and you know, you've been covering football for forever. It's the biggest ripoff. They should charge you half price for these tickets, but they build you into a, quote, 10-game home season ticket package, including the 2 preseason games.
Well, I tell you where I fall on this. It used to be 14 regular season games, 6 preseason games. And that wasn't that long ago. I mean, I was going to Lithonia High, and if you played at that time, if you played the Hall of Fame game, you played 7 preseason games. How stupid does that sound?
Yeah,
huh?
Joe Namath got hurt in a preseason game that was that long. It's great. You have a preseason that's
7 game
half
preseason.
as long as your regular season.
How stupid does that sound? Okay, then they went to 16-4 in like 78 or 79.
Right.
They said this is stupid. Let's play more. Okay, and then they stayed with that forever. Now, of course, it's 17-3. I'm an 18-2 guy. Now, I have said this many times.
I'm with you.
I want it to be 18-game regular season, 2-game preseason. I want a second bye week. I want everybody to get 2 byes. And nobody plays any more than 8 straight games without a bye. Okay?
I'm with you. And I don't like, look, we all hate preseason. Teams are using these 3 weeks now along with those dual practices like we did with the Dolphins, the Jets did with Carolina, because you're maximizing the very small window you have to get ready for the season. More penalties, sloppy football, scoring goes up once you get into weeks 3 and 4. We've seen that. It's a shame because you're not getting the same quality right from the jump.
I mean, look at college football. I mean, except for Georgia, which is the only team in the nation that has a preseason this year. Because,
That's true.
You know, UT.
Well, Michigan.
UT Martin Lawrence and no football state. Yeah, I mean, colleges just jump into it. Why can't the NFL just jump into it? And look, down to 2 preseason games. You know, if I'm the union, I've said, all right, I'll go with you, but I want 5 extra players on a team because we need more bodies.
Right.
And the union gets 160 more dues paying members, and so I think it's a win-win for everybody.
Yeah, it's one of those things. The practice squad is still kind of a foreign concept for guys who look good. You get thrown on what used to be called the taxi squad. Was it 10 guys, 8 guys? And you can be claimed. If you're not on the active roster, another team can just grab you. So that's part of, you know, you hope you got a guy, but you don't have room for him. I've always thought 60 is a nice round number. And it's just like, why don't we have grass in some of these stadiums? It's the owners are cheap. That's it. Not our. I mean, like our stadium is different because I don't think you can get grass to grow with the way the roof opens and everything. We're field turf, but it still drives you crazy that you've got all these. Let's be honest, all these owners, and you say, well, why don't we just carry another dude? Have 3 like last year, like the way the 49ers game played out against the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
But having to literally bring in a guy off the street to play quarterback.
Right.
It's silly. But anyway, I'm with John on that. So you can answer the poll question. Get up there and let us know what you think as far as, yeah, I'm in, or still preseason. Right now, Carl likes to go high for this. I'm going to take it like low. Time for the top 3.
It's time for the top 3 at 6.
Top 3 at 6. Now let's see what we have here.
You like that? Kind of like a Pantera kind of top 3? Hey, man.
Top 3.
Let's start. You can also do like Fred Schneider from the B-52. It's the top 3. Hop in my Chrysler. It's as big as the whale. Sorry about that. Hey, man. Start with what we heard last night. Austin Riley going yard. Braves kicking butt. Here's what it sounded like on Bally. Pow. And boom goes the dynamite.
This ball is crushed. Right field. Does it have enough? Yes, it does. Hello, Chop House. We are tied at 1.
And they're off and running. 29th home run for Austin Riley, who, with all the things Matt Olson's doing, kind of gets a little overshadowed at times, but plays a great defensive third base and just keeps on raking. Man.
Well, you look at the Braves in the National League home run race, just in the NL, you have 1, 5, 7, 9, and 15 in Olson, Riley, Ozzie, Ronald, and Ozuna, and all 5 could end up with 30 or more home runs. All 5 could have 30 or more, And it's not another question, of course, that Olsen would hit 55+, and I think even as of yesterday, maybe on pace for potentially 60. Riley's got 29. Could he get to 40? The answer is yeah. I mean, he could get to 40 because, he could get to 40 because Austin could get that kind of smoking hot and still be 20 behind his own team leader.
Right on. Story 2, Falcons. We talked about Arthur talking to the media, Coach Smith. Only injuries. It's Adi Okundeji placed on the IR with a lower leg ankle injury. So I'm not sure if it's going to be the full season one or the one where you can come back later in the year. But the little depth gets chipped away at the linebacker position. Arthur also talked about Matt Hennessy because I think most Falcon fans thought, John, when Matthew Bergeron got drafted, you moved up to get him in the second round, 38th overall. That's the guy who's got to start at guard.
Right. Well, he is the guy who's got to start at guard.
Bigger. Yeah.
But got a mean streak and all that kind of stuff.
Right. But they've been respectfully honoring the veterans. Here's Arthur Smith on Hennessy's injury status.
He did work on the side field last week. He went down to Miami. We didn't hold him back here, so that's encouraging. It's just one of those things. Like I said, it's day to day, and it's just, again, everybody's body's different. And I know Matt's a tough guy, and he wants to be out there, and so it's something he's dealing with, and we'll just have to see. We've been ramping up day by day, and it was good that he came out there last week. He worked on the side field, so we'll just have to see.
Yeah, I hear all these talk about, Hennessy and Dahlman and Bergeron and, of course, everybody else. I think we've tried 74 guys at left guard over the last 3 years, right? And McGarry comes back last year. We talked a lot about Mayfield. The one guy, and, of course, Lindstrom's the best guard in the NFL. You never hear about Jake Matthews.
It's kind of taken for granted. He's on the cusp of Pro Bowl. He's solid, if not spectacular.
I mean, he's on the cusp of the Hall of Fame.
Jake Matthews?
He might be.
No, John.
You start that many years.
John, he doesn't have the Pro Bowl resume for that. He's a good solid piece, and I like him, but he's not Hall of Fame. He's not even close, in my mind.
I think he might be on the ballot.
I mean, you got to have 5 or 6 Pro Bowls. I mean, look, we can look at this class that just went in. Zach Thomas going in makes the argument for Jesse Tuggle. Joe Thomas going in after 10 makes an argument for Mike Cann or Jeff Van Note, but that's a different era.
Well, I know. But Mike Cann, I mean, it's so silly. I mean, this is why the Hall of Fame sucks. I mean, Jeff Van Note, Mike Cann, Andrew Jones, Dale Murphy. I mean, the Hall of Fame sucks.
Put those guys in New York.
I guess
Chicago,
I don't want to get lost in Hall of Fame. Right. I'm just trying to say that isn't it something that Jake Matthews, year after year, just does his job and does his job and does it to the point where he almost we have talked about everybody else on this team except your stone cold stalwart left tackle,
and he has been solid, as we said, but just at the level of Pro Bowl. I mean, you got to have 5 or 6, or the NFL, the writers. There's the all NFL team, and he just doesn't. Meet that measuring stick. I mean, he'd have to crank up a couple of Pro Bowl caliber seasons to be that. But you are correct. He has been a rock solid piece, and he stayed. I don't want to jinx it. He stays healthy for the Falcons as well. Hey man, NFL Notes is part of his 3B. Dalvin Cook said this whenever he got cut from the Vikings. I was telling Carl the Jets got to go get Dalvin Cook, and this is before they found out that Breece Hall was coming back. He just comes off the PUP list. But John, stack the deck, get the most dynamic running combination, plus a guy who can catch Aaron Rodgers' passes. You got to, and if that offensive line can get together and hold tight, now you've also beat some of the other teams out there to get Dalvin Cook as well.
Yeah, well, I'm big on the Jets. I really am. I know it's Turtles' team. I get it. I was big on the Jets prior because I'm one of the people that thinks that Aaron Rodgers still, this year, coming into the year, is a top 3 quarterback in the NFL. I'm dead serious. I mean, he's still Aaron Rodgers. And so people, if he goes and lights it up in New York, which it wouldn't surprise me if he did, and throws 40 touchdowns, people are going to go, what? Did you not realize he was Aaron Rodgers?
Right.
I mean, the guy can play. I mean, you want to talk about he is a lock first ballot Hall of Famer and one of the greatest quarterbacks in the history of the NFL.
No argument here. Just the only thing with Aaron is whether you talk about the lack of playmakers. Last year, you lost Devontae Adams. The young guys, Dobbs and Watson, came on. And as we know, he didn't really put the time in with them because he was still in his bag over his feelings with the Packers. But he had a chance to beat the Lions in that last game to get in the playoffs. And yeah, am I putting all Aaron Rodgers? Yeah, I am. But he couldn't deliver. And 2 years prior against the 49ers, you needed him to make one play. He couldn't make it.
Right.
So I do think there's pressure. I mean, yes, he's still got a skill set. You see it on Hard Knocks. He can do things that they don't have a quarterback that can do any of the things he's done in the last 15 years. And I'm being generous, maybe 20 years, Shed Pennington. But the point is he going to be able to get it done with that offensive line? Because he still needs a pocket. And that's my only concern. I'm just not sure.
But I think that's where Dalvin Cook comes in handy because you can use Breece Hall as more of a straight running back and Dalvin Cook more as a flare back. And you could just, the dink and dunk thing comes into it. That's why he wanted Randall Cobb,
right?
Because Randall Cobb is a safety blanket against a pass rush. in terms of, you got downfield. Garrett Wilson's a downfield guy, right? I mean, Alan Lazard's a downfield guy. So you need somebody that's going to be not only an intermediate guy like a tight end, but somebody you could just release the ball to, safety valve, and you're going to be able to get something in. That's Cook.
He's that dude, man. Hey, speaking of quarterback play in the NFL, well, also Ezekiel Elliott, you guys know by now, 1-year deal, $6 million with the Patriots. We're going to talk coming up to an NFL insider, and he's up in Boston, too, to see what he thinks about what's going on up there in New England. Anthony Richardson, shocked, he says, John, shocked to find out that he's named the starting quarterback. You know the fans want to see that dude. They want to see that electric stuff, and he's going to get a shot. Now, how simple, how basic will it be? People want to see that athleticism, and they're going to roll with it.
I was up in Indiana with my in-laws, and they're big Colts fans, and I said, "You excited about Anthony Richardson?" And they looked at me and went, "Meh."
Well, I mean, they're going to be. He starts doing some of the stuff old number 7 type did. Now, again, not to put the heat on him. He's raw. He needed more season. He probably should have stayed. Florida fans wish he'd stayed, but he got sideways with Napier, so he's out. We'll talk more about the NFL. Tyler Sullivan from CBS Sports. He's going to break it down. We'll go all around. Also, what's a dude who covers it nationally think about our Falcons? Coming up, it is our man Fricky in for Carl on Dukes and Bell.
The most important story of the day. Brought to you by MaximumCashHomeBuyers.com. Fair cash offers for as-is homes. Don't waste your time with repairs. Call 678-902-2000.
Bunch of guys hit us up on the text line, the conversation about the conference realignment. I wasn't trying to be a jerk to my fellow FSU friends. It's just, you got no juice. Everything's about leverage. Jonathan Taylor, you got no leverage. Florida State, you ain't got no leverage either. Let's see if Tyler Sullivan's got some juice. Hey, man, from CBS Sports. Joining us today, it's our man John Fricky, filling in for Carl Dukes, who's got the day off. Tyler, how you doing, brother?
Good. What's going on? I'm in the Boston College area, so I have zero juice if we're going from college standpoint.
Yeah, we were joking around about, imagine if they gave more money to Clemson and Florida State and gave less to Boston College. I mean, how does the program survive? It wouldn't, right?
It wouldn't at all.
Right.
Not even a little bit.
Hey, man, by the way, talk about we'll start with the Patriots since you're up there in New England. You go get Ezekiel Elliott. What's he got left in the tank? How's that going to work up there?
Yeah, I don't think he has as much tank in the tank as the Ezekiel Elliott of old, and he's going to come to New England and be that star that we saw in Dallas all those years ago. I don't think the Patriots are getting that. I don't think the Patriots expect that from him. What I think that they're looking for with Ezekiel Elliott is to help this team in the red zone. They were worst in the NFL in red zone efficiency last year. He comes in as one of the better red zone running backs in the league. That's one thing that he can still do is punch it in from inside the 20, inside the 10, and obviously at the 1. So I think that's where they're looking for Ezekiel Elliott to really be an impact on this team. Ramondre Stevenson still going to be the lead guy, going to lead the team in touches and all of that type of stuff out of the backfield. But in the red zone, I think is where Elliott's going to help them the most.
Well, Jets fans went like super TikTok crazy or X crazy or Twitter or whatever we call that thing anymore when they got Dalvin Cook, because they're all screaming, it's a done deal, we're going to win the Super Bowl. I mean, you can't argue. They've got a lot of weapons. I mean, you look at that, Tyler, and you say, can that Jets team win the East? The answer is probably, yeah, maybe they can.
Yeah, no, I would not be surprised at all if all of a sudden the New York Jets are sitting there atop the AFC East when the season's all said and done. You got to look at the schedule, though. For the AFC East in particular, it is a gauntlet of what they have to face. It's the NFC East. I believe it's the AFC West that they have to play as well, and on top of each other, which is increasingly more competitive as the years have gone on, especially now that Aaron Rodgers is in there. I do think that Miami's going to be a lot more competitive if Tua Tagovailoa can stay healthy. Buffalo's obviously going to be there, and I do think the Patriots will be better. Record-wise, that may not say too much going from 2022 to 2023, but with Bill O'Brien coming in, they're going to be a tougher out offensively. But New York, you have Aaron Rodgers come in there. Does it remind you a lot of Matthew Stafford going from Detroit to Los Angeles, Tom Brady going from New England to Tampa Bay? There's that little bit of edge that wants to prove people wrong. I think we could see that from Aaron Rodgers in New York.
Yeah, I know the division is tough. We've always felt that Buffalo, the time is now. Heck, the time was last year. Buffalo obviously missed Von Miller in the playoff game. Heck, Dolphins almost beat them without their best quarterback. So you buying Buffalo to be right there on the heels of Kansas City?
I think they'll be close, but like you just said, it feels like their window is either open or I even almost fear did they miss it? Because now you have Aaron Rodgers come into this division. The conference is only getting better. Kansas City's going to stay there. Cincinnati is going to get better. You have these teams, even Jacksonville you look at. If Trevor Lawrence all of a sudden ascends in year 3 with Calvin Ridley coming in, could he be someone who elevates and makes Jacksonville one of those key competitors?
Yeah.
So Buffalo certainly has the talent to continue to contend for a Super Bowl, but this whole conference now is just so much more difficult. They almost wonder a couple of years ago when it was just Kansas City and maybe Cincinnati that they had to deal with, did they miss this window of a clear-cut path?
Tyler Sullivan, CBS, joining John Fricky and Mike Bell here on Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92 on the Game. Tyler, here in Atlanta, there are those of us, especially people like me, who really think that the national media is missing the boat here. You're not seeing what we're seeing here, which is to say that the Atlanta Falcons in a winnable division are going to be sneaky good, and that they can win 9 games, they can win 10 games. Tyler, they could get hot enough to win 11. They have something that nobody else in the division has. They got depth. And Terry Fontenot's built a team in year 3 that you look around and look at that lineup and go, you know what, this club could be pretty good.
Yeah, and not only that, I mean, the other thing that you got to point out, too, is the schedule. It's an easy schedule. I think it's actually the easiest schedule in the NFL going into 2023, so that they're not going to face that resistance that we were just talking about with the AFC East, playing in the NFC South, and obviously the opponents that they have. The NFC is a weaker conference right now, at least on paper, than what we're seeing over in the AFC. And, you know, you're going off of this preseason opener. You know, yeah, obviously Bijan Robinson, Desmond Ridder, those guys didn't play. But one thing that stood out to me was Ryan Nielsen's ability to make an instant impact in this team, helping them in the red zone. The Dolphins 0-3 in the red zone in that game last time out, which I think is something to really take notice of. Last year, the Falcons weren't bad in the red zone. They were just outside the top 10 in terms of efficiency. I think they were like 13th. If all of a sudden you're telling me that's going to get even better now when you start to add not even Ryan Nielsen, but being the DC, but Jesse Bates, you know, Grady Jarrett, all these guys that weren't playing in that game that last weekend now coming in there. If you're telling me this is a top 10 defense in the red zone, that's going to make life so much easier for the offense to really make an impact. So I agree with you. I do think that there's a little bit of people sleeping on Atlanta. I think that maybe the Derek Carr New Orleans effect is kind of sweeping over the NFC South and Tom Brady departing, but they could be a sleeper to make the playoffs there, certainly.
Yeah, we were saying, Tyler, like in Fantasy Football, you know, the Four Letter Network was doing all their numbers and projections because no one knows what Desmond Ridder is outside of 285 here in Atlanta. The delivery system is the X factor. How is he going to do to Drake London? Can Kyle Pitts bounce back? I think Bijan Robinson is going to be like LaDainian Tomlinson, if he's really good, type stuff, but a guy that's going to be catching maybe as many passes as he is running through the tackles.
Well, not only that, I mean, you know, the number one thing to help a first-year quarterback, you know, first-year starter, full-time starter, whatever you want to call Desmond Ridder, is the fact that he's going to have a strong running game, not just with Bijan Robinson, but Tyler Algier was strong for them last year. You know, as much as Robinson is this transcendent talent, that's a great number 2 running back to fall back on, Cordell Patterson as well. If you're able to solidify the running game for a guy like Desmond Ridder, I think that says the world. And, you know, they've spent the last few drafts drafting these electrifying athletic players in Kyle Pitts and Drake London, obviously most recently, and Robinson. If you can just if Arthur Smith can scheme up to just get the ball into those guys' hands, that's also going to make life for Desmond Ridder so much easier. And that's not even asking him to make the extraordinary play, to make the tight window throw, which we'll see if he's capable of doing in a game setting. But to me, that, I think, alone is setting a really strong foundation on top of what we were just talking about with the defense as well.
Yeah, Tyler Sullivan of CBS. You wheel it back. You said 3 years ago, you know, you look at Justin Fields and Trevor Lawrence, and, of course, right about it into that time, you had Jalen Hurts. The difference, of course, Jalen Hurts went to a really good team. And so when I say they took their lumps, I mean they got beat up, those two guys. And now they have a little bit of help around them. Extrapolate that to this group here of C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young and now Anthony Richardson in Indianapolis. Are they going to get beat up in this first year or two, and can they survive that?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a major question for all of those guys that were taken in the first round. You know, I was watching the Houston game against New England, but particularly closely because I was covering that game, and it did feel like C.J. Stroud was a little bit slow to the NFL game. It looked like he was getting sped up, wasn't really confident in what he was seeing, holding the ball a little bit too long, obviously had the interception there as well. And you can say the same thing a little bit for Anthony Richardson, had that back, you know, kind of looked like he was fading backwards, didn't really have his feet set on that interception as well. Specifically with those guys, they were billed as a little bit more projects, more so Anthony Richardson, who is still going to be the week 1 starter the Colts announced today. The question is going to be you know, the trial by fire, putting them in there as early as possible going to help them, or is it going to hurt them? Would the Texans be better off having Davis Mills in there to start the year, or Gardner Minshew in Philadelphia, in Indianapolis, to have those guys kind of ease their way in? It's going to be fascinating to see. I do think that teams are better off just throwing them in there to see what they have. I don't really necessarily believe in it's going to break their confidence. These guys are professionals. They should be able to have that mindset to go on to the next play and things along those lines. So I'm interested to see where they go, but ultimately, neither one of those teams are expected to be particularly competitive in 2023.
Yeah, we compared him. It's, again, Tyler Sullivan, guys from CBS Sports, CBSSports.com. They announced Richardson's going to be the starter. Mike Vick with Dan Reeves, he got a little bit of games, you know, second half under his belt. The first year he was a rookie. And they just kind of took the college game plan, and he was such an amazing, freakish athlete. like one hot read and then just pull it down and do Mike Vick stuff. And I think Richardson's that same kind of guy. And as you know, whether it was Herbert, in San Diego, fans want to see that guy. They don't want to wait. They don't want to see the other dude, Tyrod Taylor, in there. They want to see
Andy Dalton.
Yeah, they want to see this guy. So, and better for us that we're dumb enough to buy the Sunday ticket.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And the other thing that you mentioned Justin Herbert there, which I think is a good point when we're talking about Anthony Richardson. You want to know who was his offensive coordinator when he was a rookie? It was Shane Steichen, the new head coach for the Indianapolis Colts. And the same thing with Philadelphia and Jalen Hurts, Shane Steichen, his offensive coordinator. So that's one thing that Richardson has in his back pocket, is that he has a quarterback, a head coach that is able to develop these young quarterbacks and help them to produce early on in their careers. So that is one thing that I think is exciting. For Anthony Richardson, I do think that the Jonathan Taylor situation is worth watching. Like we were just talking about with Desmond Ridder, one thing that can help a young quarterback is a strong running game. And as much as Richardson can be dynamic with his legs, if Taylor's back there helping him out, that should help his development too.
Yeah, talk to me real quick about the running game. With Dalvin Cook and I would say Breece Hall, probably the best running back combination in the NFL. And you have other good ones. There's a good one in Green Bay, there's a good one in New Orleans, and there's a pretty darn good one here, we think, in Atlanta. So how important, we talk about the running back values, how important is it to have a good running back combination on your ball club?
Immensely, because you can't just bank on your star running back to all of a sudden carry you for 17-plus games going into the postseason. It's just not sustainable. And that's basically what these running backs right now are fighting for in terms of trying to get more pay. The amount of wear and tear that these guys take on a weekly basis is much or more than most players in the NFL. And so you see one of those guys go down, like let's just use New York for the example with Saquon Barkley. You see a guy like him go down, that completely changes how they go and approach their offense. Daniel Jones is not asked to do the same things that Patrick Mahomes is being asked to do. They're using their running game to really help facilitate their passing game. The same thing could be said in Tennessee with Derrick Henry. It's not the Ryan Tannehill show, it's the Derrick Henry show. And whether or not that's conducive to winning football in terms of the playoffs and a Super Bowl, that remains to be seen. You can make an argument against that, I guess. But ultimately, these guys are important, and you do have to have a strong stable, which is why, like we were just saying, I do like Atlanta this year.
Right on, brother. We appreciate the love. Tell all your other national news guys. Or maybe, or you know what? Or maybe don't.
No, don't.
Keep it up. We'll keep it. We'll stay under the radar.
We'll let them figure it out themselves.
Hey, man. Thanks, Tyler. Good dude, man. As we said, we're starting a little juice. I had a guy hit us up on the text line earlier, John. I think this resonates with John Fricky as well. And for Carl, guys like, what's your mean on with ESPN? Because they suck. They were the worldwide leader for years, and the standard has fallen so far down that, and people still take their stuff as gospel. And as far as ESPN is concerned, we don't exist in Atlanta. We don't exist. There's a political agenda for everything from that All-Star game that got canceled and everything else. And look, read Sage Steele's comments, okay? They've got a mean on for the Southeast because we're all a bunch of yokels down here. I'm telling you. But it's good to get a little love from what we did down in Miami. And again, as John said, we're going to show them on the field starting week 1 against Carolina.
They're messing around. They're about to find out.
Right on. Hey. Mess around him, paraphrase it, and find out. How many guys are going to go? Am I the only guy going to the game Friday night? It's going to be me and Plops up in section 342 and a bunch of guys from King and Spalding drinking those $35 gin and tonics sitting in the Delta Club? Is that it? Those seats behind home plate that nobody's, home plate, behind the 50-yard line that nobody sits in,
right?
Am I going? Who else is going? We got a poll question up. Apparently 60% of the audience is not going. So here's our question tonight. 404-726-0929. Pretty simple with the last call. Are you going to go watch the Falcons either this weekend, which means the starters? I know you're not going next weekend. It's probably going to be all the guys for the cuts, right?
Right, exactly, against the Steelers, right?
So are you in or you out for preseason football Friday night at Mercedes-Benz? Day, say again.
Hey, it's a Friday. Get your weekend started. You really ain't got nothing else to do.
Damn right. That's the
Braves are playing, but that's all right.
Johnny, they got a freaking 11.5 game lead. Tonight's game winner.
is the best. On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game. It's time for Last Call.
One last call for alcohol.
Your chance to chime in on the biggest stories of the day.
All right, man, we got John Chuckery fired up in the bullpen. He's ready to rock. 7 o'clock. He's ready to go. He's agitated, as usual, so get ready for that. John Fricke's been filling in for Carl today. A lot of parents are getting the kids off to college. Carl's doing the same, so he'll be back on Thursday. Friday night, we get Falcons football again. And I've been asking the question, put a poll question up at Mike Bell ATL, retweeted at Dukes and Bell 929, and Frick did it too. Are you guys going? Is this one that maybe, because I know for some folks can't afford regular season tickets. I get that. Sometimes preseason is more the easiest ticket to get. And the fact, John, because of this, the new, not new anymore, but the 3-week preseason, this is probably your only shot to see these guys before we, fire up for real against Carolina week 1.
Well, I tell you, I don't know the last time. I think I've been as intrigued by a preseason game as this, maybe since Michael Vick, because I was thinking, back to Matt Ryan, there were a lot of questions about Matt Ryan. I mean, I was intrigued by then, and then, it just became such Matt Ryanism that, you weren't out there looking at any new players. Now you're looking at a new team.
It's funny. You mentioned preseason, 2003 against the Ravens. You've never heard people so loud because it was a pretty good crowd for preseason. And then, a pin drop. You want to talk? Women were, Day-Day, I don't know if you were there. Women were crying. People were walking down, leaving the Georgia Dome, and it was literally like, oh, we are so blanked. And we were. Till the comeback against Carolina later that season. So, hey, man, preseason, it's a simple question. As George Clooney asked Matt Damon in Ocean's 11, either you're in or you're out. Let's go to Tony. Hey, Tony. Hey, man, you in for Friday night?
Hey, man, I'm definitely in for Friday night, man. We got to show our Falcons some more respect. We got a great coach who's coached very underwhelming talent, and we don't have to worry about character on our roster, and I hope Arthur Blank eventually gets one. So don't panic. Show support. Get out there and act as you know what.
Right on. I'm with you, man. Especially for the rookies, show them what it. I know some rookies are going to walk out and go, "Where are all the people?" So let's get in.
Because if you're Bijan, you've been playing in front of 70,000 plus, right? Or 100,000 in the case of Texas,
right? Hey, man, Mr. T, it's Tony. You're in the game, man. It's our last call. What you got? Oh, sorry, that was Tony. I apologize, Tony too. It's sweet. And by the way, guys hit us up on the text line. They go, "How do these guys always get on?" What do we got? 5 lines on the jumbo? 6? We got 6 lines. These dudes are calling at like 6:30. So if you want to do that, you too can be a part of this radio adventure. Sweet, you're in the game, man. What do you got for us?
Hey, man. I'm waiting for the real deal. I'm out for the preseason stuff. To me, it's all about the regular season. And again, I got to say, Fricky, you're great. You've done a good job, bud.
I appreciate it, Sweetie. I get that it's all about the regular season. Right. At the same time, I am really intrigued. Now, I'm not going to be there and you say, well, John, you're going to sit here and talk about how... Well, because Friday night happens to be, 3 things. Well, 4, actually. It happens to be Braves. It happens to be Falcons. It has to be Atlanta United. I'm going to be watching all those, and it's Friday night. And, well, it's Friday night. Under my head. High school football, too, and it's Friday night at my house.
That's true. The Friday night football for high school is one thing I did not count on because I have no children because people like me shouldn't have children. 404-726-0929. I was going to say, Sweet, what if I got in my handicap space? He still wouldn't go? Come on, Sweet. Where's your fighting spirit? Who's up next, Chris? Travis. Hey, Travis, what you got, man? Any interest in going Friday night for the Falcons?
Hey, my wife and kids got me a ticket for Father's Day, so I'm definitely going to be in the building. Come drink some with me, Mike.
Right on, baby. First round's on you. I'm down with that.
Oh, see, wait a second.
I'm kidding. I'm going to buy the round. He knows I'm buying the round.
You don't even have any kids, for crying out loud. The dude's saying, he's got a wife and kids, and, you're making the working man buy you something?
Real
Come
quick,
on.
It's a joke. Here's the problem.
No, it's not.
I always get the round. Everyone knows. Chris, have you ever seen me not get a round? All the rounds?
I don't remember because you bought all the rounds.
Thank you, Chris. No, the thing is with this, again, I'm on this stupid diet. I wasn't going to talk about it because I want to just, hopefully one day I'll come to work and somebody will text in and go, hey, Mike, you look thinner. Instead of, hey, fat boy, what's going on? But this diet, the only thing I can drink, and again, for me, a football game, major part of the football game is drinking whiskey and beer. I'll start with the whiskey, liquor, then beer in the clear, as you know, John.
Sure.
But according to my wife, my diet coach, I can only drink clear liquids, so vodka and soda.
Gin.
Yeah, now gin, I'm a gin and tonic guy, but tonic's got sugar, apparently. I don't know,
all
man.
tonic water, even what's that?
Ooh,
What's that funky
freaking
tonic
this
that you
diet.
do? I mean,
They ought to call this diet the Baton Death March. This thing is so miserable. Who's up next, Chris? Chris, another Chris. Hey, Chris, what you got, man? Any interest in Friday night Falcons?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
I am all in on Friday night. Once again, it's Chris from College Park, and I'm going full Carl Dukes. I'm ready to see the 6
Right on, baby. That's what I like to hear. A little enthusiasm. You know, I mean, I get it. I understand. You don't have to. I don't have to. Sell me about the idea of the preseason. Only seeing the stars for, in this case, a half or maybe 5 or 6 series if we're lucky. But hey, I just think the new energy. It's almost like, John, maybe I'm trying to wish something into being, but like when Kirby started that 93K day in Athens, just to kind of show there was a new era in Athens.
Yeah, right, exactly. I mean,
and
Jacob
people
Eason
responded. Right.
And Luda.
Right.
I mean, they ought to they ought to do the concert thing.
Right. You know, have that. You know what?
You know what?
That's a great idea.
They ought to do the concert thing.
Thing is, though, like I said, they've already got you on the PSL for full freight on these tickets.
I understand that, but
and
I mean,
people have
let's make it a
repurposed
thing,
them.
But make it a thing.
Right.
I mean,
I'm with you. It's a good play. Johnny, we're just talking about, preseason Friday Night Lights. A lot of guys brought that up. High school football is huge. And there's some monster games with Corky Kell and everything else going on this week.
Yeah, but you're going to see your starters for the one and only time coming up on Friday. And I think
Bijan for the first time.
Right. And because I don't think any of the starters are playing in the next preseason game
they're
against
not.
Pittsburgh.
No,
So
they're not.
this is going to be your one and only shot until we get to the regular season.
Right on.
Now, Freaky, let me ask you a question.
Sure, check out
It was
what up.
50 years ago when the Braves had their one and only time of 340 home run hitters in their lineup. You think they can do that again this year?
I don't know if they can get 3 to 40. I can get 2 to 40. I mean, Ozzy to 40 is probably a lift. I mean, can Acuna get to 40?
Can Ronnie and Austin Riley?
Well, Riley can get to 40.
those-
But just because he gets Austin Riley hot.
Right.
I think losing these 10 games probably takes Ozzy out of that mix. I remember that team. It was Darrell Evans, Davey Johnson, and Hank. I think that I don't think they'll get 3 to 40. I think they'll get 5 to 30. How about that?
Oh yeah, they'll have a crap ton of those guys, and I think they did that in 2003 as well with that team.
Yeah, they probably did. Yeah, they probably did.
I think all three of their outfielders were 30 home run hitters.
Yeah,
in
right,
that,
exactly.
In that year.
I mean, yeah.
So they hit over 100 homers and drove in over 400 guys in 2003.
I haven't added it up, but I still think the top 4 in this lineup have more home runs than half of teams in baseball.
So let me ask you both a question, because we're going to ask the audience this tonight. Take Ronnie out of the mix. Who would be the MVP of the league between Olsen and Freddie Freeman?
Well, I would vote for Olsen, but I don't know that the writers would. How about that?
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know how you can deny 55-135.
Well, I mean, again, Freddie's going to be 30, 100-plus runs scored. He's going to be second in the league in hitting.
Best record,
doubles.
Best record, 55-135.
I don't dispute you.
He goes 60-140. How do you deny him beating Ronald for the MVP?
Well, Ronald's got the average and the stolen bases and
the OPS and the runs and everything else.
And Freddie is a hell of a lot better first baseman defensively. Matt Olson is good for one butcher pop at least, every 3 games.
I think that, to Mike's point, I think that they'll vote Freddie. I think Ronnie will finish first and Freddie will finish second.
Yeah, I love Olsen.
I think it's 1, 2, 3 right now.
Right.
Yes.
I love Olsen, but the defense gets me, it drives me crazy every once in a while because sometimes they're maybe not routine plays, but plays a pro first baseman should make.
Unfortunately, he has set a career high in errors over the last couple of years.
Which is interesting for a guy that was a Gold Glove multiple times in Oakland.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
But the good news is, as we said, he's going to be hit 60 freaking home runs.
Yeah,
so
it's going to be a monster year.
I believe his wins above replacement is going to cancel out any of the fielding problems.
All the metrosexual sabermetric stats that we have out here. So,
well, unfortunately for him, the wins above replacement. His replacement was Freddie. I mean, that's
true. That's always been my argument, John. You bring up a great point. My argument was always wins above. Who's a replacement? They don't quantify the average player at the position.
Right.
Well,
Robert Fick.
Hey, Robert Fick had a good year.
That was their first
2003, right?
I don't know what was going on. I used to work for Fox at that. They hated that guy in the locker room. In the clubhouse.
I've heard stories about
Bobby Frick.
Yeah, he didn't have a lot of friends.
Bobby Frick did not have friends.
They didn't like him.
He came from Detroit, I think.
I don't know what it was.
I think so. I think you're right.
Him. Yeah.
Daniel Flick and Gabe Burns will join us coming up tonight. So
Right on.
the Falcons and Braves.
Coming up next, man, let's get that guy to Dodge and clear our throats.
Dukes and Bell are wrapping up another show, so it's time for
Let me clear my throat.
on Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Hey, man, thanks to Sal from FAN up in New York for talking about it. I mean, it almost felt like kicking a man while he's down, when the Mets and Yankees are so hot garbage right now. And but it was fun. And also, who was it from NFL? We just replayed Tyler Sullivan, who's liking what he sees with the Falcons, which is pretty tasty. Also, Grant McCauley joined us, and Jason Longshore was yesterday. And we got Messi. I was just talking to Chris real quick. Messi tonight, it's in Philadelphia. And I did, don't laugh at me, John, I did spring for that Apple package, for the mid-season one for $49.
Hey, have you seen Hijack yet? It's really good.
No.
I finished it last night.
Right.
Yeah, I had to wait for the final episode. Oh, now, of course, I'm into Lioness and into Justified. The new Justified? Ooh,
yeah. Now, again, temper your viewing because, with the strike, you're not going to have any new product down the pipeline.
Well, no. In the United States, but all that all those British shows, all the... Yeah, I mean, they're moving production to Canada.
Saw that. Tonight, by the way, is a good night for DVR because you got Hard Knocks, too. I'm curious if they get any of the Dalvin Cook stuff in there. We'll talk about it tomorrow. One more day with you and me, brother, before Carl comes back. Clear your throat.
All right, here we go. I'm thinking here that it's time for us to start thinking big with the Atlanta Falcons. If the first game didn't convince you, maybe Friday night will. When we talk about ceiling, and I say I don't know what the ceiling is, I'm going to be talking about that on Sunday when I do a show. You think about that, too. What is the ceiling, or is there a ceiling for this Atlanta Falcons team? Because that's how much fun this is going to be.
So get ready to rock with Fricky. More on that coming up on the weekend. Hey, I was just tweeting at, I guess, was it Trey Wingo, formerly of ESPN? Mm-hmm. And he was saying that, sometimes it's good to have quarterbacks sitting behind, a quarterback for a year. Yeah, if it's Patrick Mahomes and you're sitting behind Alex Smith, who was a really good quarterback.
If you're Aaron Rodgers 3 years behind Brett Favre.
Yeah, but even then, nowadays you got Gardner Minshew, and then that was a fun story down in Jacksonville, but fans are going to want to see what they think is the new Mike Vick. And the same thing went a couple years ago with Justin Herbert. We talked about it. If Tyrod Taylor doesn't get his lung punctured by the team doctor trying to give him a rib shot, you might have to wait 4 weeks to see Herbert, who is obviously going to be the guy. Look, when you know. Some guys mature better than others. Maybe Davis Mills could probably. I don't know if he could show anything to C.J. Stroud in Houston. If you got a guy like a Brett Favre or Alex Smith, it's one thing. You got the other guys, put the rookie in. That's my point, I guess. Hey, man, if you love the show,
tell your friends.
If you don't,
I'm pretty sure Sal Licata is streaming.
Okay.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.